Hey everybody, this is Shelly, your mouthy mama talking trash and truths, and this is Mouthy Mama Musings. Today I want to talk about mental illness. Just how crazy am I really? I mean, really. Mental illness is something that I want to discuss a lot um, on this channel. It's something that a vast majority of people deal with in one form or another. Some deal with it privately, some get help for it, some are medicated, some are all of the above. Um, it's always been very interesting to me because I like to figure out how people work, what motivates them to do the things that they do. Hi, Mr. Malloy. How are you? I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Um, I wanted to give you a little bit of a rundown on my diagnoses. There's been quite a few. I have been diagnosed with CPTSD, that's complex post traumatic stress disorder. I have hyper fight or flight. I'm I'm okay. I'm okay, Mr. Malloy. I've just been having a kind of rough weekend, and I've been having rough weekends. I had a rough week too last week. Um, and I think I need to talk about it, and I think I need to get it out and explain, what I feel a lot of the time and what people like me tend to do. Yeah, you had a rough week. I saw. Well, you had a really good birthday, and after that it was just all downhill, right? Cuz, you know, I mean, once your birthday's over, it's like, "Oh, man, the rest of the week is kind of a bummer." So yeah, so I have complex PTSD. I have major general and social anxiety disorder. I have major depressive disorder. Uh, I have an abandonment phobia. And I have violent triggers, right? It went all downhill. That happens. It does. You hit that high and then you kind of crash. And people who don't really deal with depression, they don't really get it. They don't get how you could be so happy and full of joy one minute, and then for absolutely no reason, you suddenly feel very isolated and alone, and you feel like there's nobody in the world who could ever love you because who are you? Every negative thing uh, goes through your head. Every negative thing you've ever heard about yourself becomes, like words of wisdom. Like, oh my God, they said that. It must be true. It's all crap. Um, I couldn't crash last night. I crashed, but I mean, I crashed. Like, I was in the middle of trying to stay awake and I just couldn't. I just couldn't. Um, so yeah, so those are my disorders, which I take copious pills for. And I do a weekly therapy session and I see a shrink once a month. And we talk about my sadness, and we talk about the podcasts, and we talk about, the people that I know online and the drama that ensues there. And we talk about the people in my real life, like in the 3D life, and we talk about the drama there. About my mother, that's always drama. But we talked about, like, in order for you to know why I have complex PTSD, you have to know that I am 49 years old and my life pretty much has been one trauma after another since I'm 3. I was not born into a peaceful family. I was born into a very loud family. I had a father who was very violent toward my mother. Um, from the age of 3 to 9, which was when they began their divorce. No, honey, don't be sorry, Mr. Malloy. You really, this is not a pity thing. These are just statements of fact. They're just things that I lived through. And if you've ever known anybody from a survivor standpoint, they're going to tell you it happened. I can't undo it. It wasn't my fault. That's the part you work to get to. It wasn't my fault. I hold myself accountable for pretty much everything I've ever done in my life. But those things that happened, those were not within my control. And I spent the vast majority of my life blaming myself for allowing it to happen. Like a 3-year-old has any say in what happens to them. Like a 9-year-old has any say in what happens to them. When adults don't care or don't listen, you're pretty much just on your own. And you're going to get taken advantage of by people who see the opportunity and have no qualms about taking it. Uh, so yeah, so 3 to 9, there was a lot of abuse at my father's hands. A lot of physical abuse, a lot of psychological abuse, and a lot of sexual abuse. Mm. So there was a whole bunch of abuse with him from age 3 to 9. I lost my father, my stepfather, when I was 13. And at the age of 15, I was um, I was raped by my very first boyfriend, who impregnated me and beat me until I lost the baby. Which, I always say God has a reason for everything, and God's reason was I was too goddamn young, and I didn't need to be tied to him with that reminder the rest of my life. So, as much as I have always wanted babies, that was a mercy on my psyche, because I don't think I would have turned out to be a sane, even moderately sane person had I had to keep that baby. So him doing what he did, while it devastated me at the time, was in the long run, it was good for the baby and for everybody involved. Um, Still, I tried to unalive myself a couple months after that, because I remembered like my whole childhood. Um, Hello, Darth Hideous. Hello, Grimmy. Hi, Daisy. Oh, joy, everybody's here. Um, yeah, so anyway, after that, after the unaliving, which I was successful at, it's just they were better at bringing me back. Um, I went a little nutty. Nobody could touch me. Like no men could touch me at all. Like at all for the first like year. Um, I had a girlfriend. That was new. Uh, I think I really just wanted to be with somebody who cared about me, who was safe and gentle and did not threaten me in any way physically. And there she was. And I rolled with it. And I cared about her, but I didn't, like love her. I think I was too young to ever love anybody. Like you have that first love, but then look what he did to me. So, you tend to be a little more careful each time you try to burst out the gate. Um, and then, like I said, I went a little nutty, And I was easy prey for anybody who was willing to be sweet and gentle. And that included my high school teacher, one of my high school teachers, my junior year. And we had a little thing. It never went beyond like third base, but it was icky. It didn't feel good. In the moment, it was kind of like, oh, look what I could get. Look, it was fun and it was forbidden. And for once, I was doing something I wasn't supposed to do instead of somebody else doing something they weren't supposed to do to me. I was doing it on my terms. Um, so I went and did that. Bad decision? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I am, hey nerd. I am known for making bad decisions. Uh so yeah, so I had a little affair with my teacher when I was 16. He was 24 or 23. He might have been 23. Or he was 23 when he started and 24 when we fooled around. Um After that I couldn't look at a man and think, "Oh yeah, he's going to be nice to me or whatever." Every time I looked at somebody, I thought they're going to hurt me. I'll hurt them first. That was how I came back. I came back really, really angry and really, really violent. And it was not a good look. It really wasn't. I flipped couches over with one hand. I mean, I was like super strength angry. And my mother was terrified of me. My grandmother didn't really phase her. She raised my uncle. Oh, you're gay with a wrench. Yes, you are. I forgot. Yes, you're gay with a wrench. Um, Being a teenager was not fun for me. My mom kicked me out when I was 16 because she thought I was on all these drugs, and I wasn't. I was just dealing with a lot of trauma. It's funny because the whole year that I was on all these different drugs, she didn't notice. But the year that I was clean and that I was trying to like deal with my shit, she thought I was on drugs, and you know, that was, oh my god, I might have to parent her. Let me not. So she kicked me out and threw me over to my grandmother, which was great. Grandma and grandpa were always there for me. But I was with them my senior year of high school, and I was a lot more comfortable. You couldn't talk to my grandmother about anything sexual. You couldn't talk to her about anything even remotely emotional because my family just didn't do that. You got to understand, I was raised, if you got a problem, suck it up. Everybody's got problems. Oh, you're sad? Shut up. Put a smile on your face. Nobody wants to hear about your problems. Nobody cares. That's what I grew up hearing. Nobody cares, Michelle. Everybody's got problems. What do you think? You're special? You're not special. It doesn't matter if you're hurting. Put a smile on your face. Let's go. There's work to be done. And that was my life from when I was little. Put a smile on your face. Nobody wants to hear it. You'll hurt my mother. Oh my God. All I said was, Ma, I don't want to hear it, Michelle. I was in the hospital for Christ's sake. And she's telling me, I don't want to hear your mouth. I don't want to hear your mouth. I don't want to hear it. Don't talk to me. Da-da-da. For the two times that she came to see me, once to drop off my laptop. She left like her ass was on fire. And then once to pick me up, that I had to make her come pick me up. It's like, it was never like that with my kids, but that's my mother's a whole other issue. I could do an entire series on the things my mother has done, but I'm not gonna because we all make mistakes. And that's what people keep asking me. They're like, you want to move with your mother. Your mother drives you crazy. My mother drains me like no one in my life has ever drained me. She is the equivalent of an emotional vampire. She can suck the life out of you faster than anybody you've ever met. But she's my mother. I love my mother. She's not good for me. She's not good to me. She was never there growing up, and she's the reason why I'm as crazy as I am. But she's my mother. She's the only one I get. And as a mom, I've made plenty of mistakes. Not like my mother, but I'm sure I made entirely different mistakes. I wasn't always pleasant. I wasn't always there. Katie would have more complaints than Connor. If anything, Connor would say I'm there too much. But I made mistakes with my kids. It's too hard on one, too soft on the other. Because I could never find that middle ground because I was doing it by myself. It's hard to be, the disciplinarian and the nurse and the cook and the doctor and the, psychologist all at once. And so the life parts won out over the disciplinary parts. And I'm dealing with that fallout now. Like, I don't, I don't want him to be like I was, afraid of everything. Like, just do as you're told because you're always going to get yelled at no matter what. But he could do some of the things I tell him to do. I mean, Jesus. I've never in my life have I met anybody who ignored what I told them to do. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm not exactly the type of person you say no to. I'm not the type of person you yell at, as a rule, because I yell back and much louder. I'm also not the type of person that you disregard. And he just dismisses me and my anger like it's nothing. Connor, I need you to do this. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm on a call. I don't give a shit. Well, that's your problem, not mine. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. And I can hear myself coming out of his mouth, and it drives me crazy. But anyway, um, just to skip through real quick, I had my daughter when I was 21. I loved being pregnant. My family did not like it. They hid me, whatever. I still had my daughter. I was proud. Hey, Cake, how are you? And I normally get, I know, I'm all grown up now and everything. Yeah. My mother drives me crazy. She does. She drives me crazy. Hi there, honey. Long time no speak. Um, yeah, so Katie was great. She was a wonderful baby. She slept through the night at 2 weeks old. She breastfed well, then she formula fed well. She got car sick all the time, but meh. But I mean, she was a good baby. She hardly ever cried. She was always happy and giggly, and she was potty trained early. She walked, she did everything, and then she got really, really sick. Just a bacterial infection. She just picked up a bacterial infection that, hit her gut. And she was dehydrated at the hospital and they weren't listening. And all of a sudden, I have this lethargic baby who won't talk, who won't potty train anymore, who can't walk, who's like crawling using like one leg and then no legs. And, she's not speaking. She's pointing at stuff and going, eh, eh. Whereas before she was speaking in whole sentences. And it was like, I went into this hospital with this sick, perfect baby. And what I left with was completely different. They broke my baby. And I was 22. That's a lie. I was 23. I had just turned 23 2 weeks before. And I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Good morning, Jess. How are you? So it was really, really hard. Um, I brought her to all these specialists. I brought her to developmental um, psychiatrists. I brought her to neurologists. I brought her to orthopedists. I brought her to endocrinologists. I brought her to pure spinal doctors. I had this child, she had so many MRIs that they'd have to sedate her to get her into the MRI machine because she was so traumatized by all the noise and the cage on the face and like the whole thing. And it got to the point where she wouldn't even lay down to be examined. She would just scream, and they'd have to give her some sort of sedative just to calm her down enough so they could examine her. And over the years after I met Brad, I got married to him. Um, I had a relationship with Billy before that didn't work out, um, because he wanted kids, and they thought, any kid I had, they were going to pass away. So, and very young. And so he couldn't handle that. And he loved Katie. So that destroyed him. He was never the same after her. But I got married, I moved to Kansas. She got, operations on both legs so that she could use the muscles. And we were really, really hopeful. And everybody said this is the surgery that gets her to walk again because she couldn't walk. And they gave her injections of Botox in her legs because the pain of the muscle stretching was unbearable for her. She was 9. And the Botox, instead of Katie's body processes medicines differently than they're intended. So you never quite know, what something's going to do to her. And they gave her these very minimal Botox injections in her legs. And instead of taking away the pain, they took away all feeling in her legs so she couldn't move her legs for 6 months. So her legs got really weak. Getting ready for peasant labor. Have a great stream. Thanks, honey. You go do that peasant labor. I did it all my life. That's all right. You're destined for better things someday. I swear. But yeah. So I mean, I wasn't prepared to have all these things happen before I even hit 30. You grow up fast though when you have a handicapped kid and when you have an alcoholic husband who's really abusive. And I divorced him. He made the mistake of putting his hands on Katie one time. And that was the end of me being nice to him. I packed his ass up and threw him out and came home. Took me 2 weeks. And my entire apartment was packed up. Everything was rented. And I was driving a Grand Prix coming home while my mother and her husband followed in the moving van with my minivan on a trailer. So we had a really good time. I love road trips, in case you don't know that. My kids are really good on road trips too. I don't know about Connor. He's probably a pain in the ass. But Katie's amazing on road trips. You just give her something to drink. You give her, an animal in the back seat or whatever, like a dog or something, and she won't bother you for days. Oh, so I mean, I went through all these abusive relationships. I went through, having Katie. She was 11 when I got pregnant with Connor. And once again, I decided to have baby with no backup, like nobody to hold my hand or whatever because his father was, a dick. So he didn't want to be involved. I said, okay, that's it. Yeah. I mean, I've known you since I'm 15 years old, but fine. You want to fuck off? Fuck off. Like, I just used to tell Connor that, he was busy working. That's what I told Katie too about her father. They thought growing up that they had the busiest, most hardworking fathers in the world. When my daughter hit about 16, she said, "Why'd you lie to me?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "He was working, yeah, but he wasn't working so hard that he couldn't call me. Like, I didn't want you to, hear bad things. I wanted you to think that he's just really working really hard. And if he had time, he would definitely call you." She was like, "Yeah, well, he had time and he didn't call me." Okay. She was like, "And they told me that you used to tell him when it was my birthday and that he needed to like text me or call me for Christmas or whatever." I was like, "Listen," I was like, "He wasn't around. I tried to, like keep you guys connected somehow, but after a while I gave up too because I can't force somebody." She said, "But you never like told us that." I said, "No, well, why would I?" I said, My family always put my father down. I grew up knowing what a horrible person he was and knowing that was my father. Like, oh, great. Like I know what a piece of shit my father is or was. He's dead now, thank God. But I figured that out. I mean, I knew it because they were always saying it, but I still formed my own opinion. And I wanted them to be able to form their own opinions. And, Connor's 16 now. Oh God, he'll be 17 in a couple months. And his opinion of his father is, yeah, he's not around and whatever. So I'll just enjoy him when he is around. Otherwise, I don't really care. And while that's a great attitude, I guess, it lets his father off the hook, which is a little disappointing. But whatever. They're going to do what they want to do. And if it causes less drama for me, great. That's just great. I just don't want to have to deal with them. Um, so I had Connor at 32 years old. I was very, very angry up until I got pregnant with Connor. I mean, I'd had a lot of shit happen to me. Uh, and I just really wanted people to hurt. I wanted them to pay. And I fought everybody. You looked at me crooked, I punched you in the face. It wasn't a threat when I would say, in a minute, I'm going to punch you in the neck. And they'd be like, ha ha ha. No, I'm not kidding. Like, in a minute, I'm going to punch you in the neck. And I didn't care if I went to jail or not. I didn't care. I would look you right in the eye and punch you right in your face and still be smiling. I enjoyed it. I hurt my knuckles have been so swollen from beating on people, broken and bloody and just ugh. So I mean, I've done that. I've been there. I've had the rage. I don't like that person. I know what I'm capable of. I know that my father's cruel streak lurks in me because I listen to people and I could think of 20 different ways to break them down and ruin them easily. And I won't do it. I won't do it. And I'm afraid to give into that because once I start down that path, I don't think it would be easy for me to go back to being cheerful and nice and, like generous or whatever. I think it would be way too easy to let that darkness overtake everything. And I can't risk that. I can't risk that for my kids. I can't risk that for my friends. I can't risk that for my family. I can't risk that for me. You want to come down to it, I would not be happy with myself like that. Um, when Connor was 4, he was diagnosed with autism, ADHD, and ODD. And then later they added on OCD, anxiety, and depression because he's my child, so of course he's depressed. Katie never got the depression diagnosis, never got the anxiety diagnosis. When Katie was little, she hated that she had to go to a psychiatrist to get evaluated, so she barked for 4 days. Any question they asked her, "What's your name?" "Ruff." "You're a little girl. You're not a puppy." "Ruff." That's what she did for 4 days, and I laughed for 4 days because she pissed that shrink off so bad. The lady said she had, like, mental retardation, and she's like, all these things. I said, "I would love to know how you diagnosed all these things about my daughter." And she never spoke. All she did was bark. So how the hell did you know any that right there told me that a lot of psychiatry is bullshit. Um, but still, it was always an interest to me. So I don't know. I knew my daughter had a low IQ because she had a lot of brain injury when she was sick. But I didn't realize it was that bad. So apparently it was. Whatever. Um, jump ahead to when Coof came. I was sick as a dog for like 3 weeks, 2 months before the lockdowns. And I believe I had it then because I had never been that sick in my life, ever. And it took months for me to like recover. Um, going into lockdown was bad for us. The isolation, the remote teaching, remote learning, couldn't get him to get on that damn computer. And I'm dealing with all these kindergarten kids, and it was just like I missed people. I missed being hugged. I stopped wearing makeup. I stopped doing my hair. I just I just stopped. Like I wore my jeans every day, but like the shirt was any t-shirt. I didn't care. I didn't get dressed up like I did when I went to school. I didn't, like I didn't look fancy. I didn't look, well put together. I looked like I was bumming at home. Like that's what I looked like, and that's the kids saw me from like the shoulders up, so it was fine. But for the most part, I looked bummy. I used to wear glasses with the glass part popped out because my kids thought that they were cute, like school kids, and I didn't want to wear my glasses, so I just wore the frames with no glass in them, and they didn't know. They never knew. Um, but that's when everything started to change. And then I went back to work after I got the first jab, and that was when my legs had gotten quite a bit weaker, and I was just getting really tired all the time. I got my second jab like a month later, and my legs got progressively weaker, like to the point where it was hard for me to get up on a curb. And I started to get like heart palpitations and brain fog and really bad mood swings. And then I got the booster. Now, right before I got the booster, I had started getting like a slight tremor in my hands and like this arthritic kind of feeling. And I started to lose control of my emotions. Charles, my principal, came up to me one day and he was talking to me, and I mentioned something about a typo in his email. And he said, "Jesus, Shelly, I didn't have time to read it." And I lost my shit. I was like, because he like snapped at me. And I was like, "Don't you yell at me, Charles. I'm freaking fragile." And I was just bawling in the middle of the hallway, and I was screeching, and I wasn't like that. And he was like, "Oh my God, what happened?" And I just had a full breakdown. That week, my Aunt Lee passes away. And there's a whole police involvement thing because my aunt didn't notice her right away that she was passed away. And they're both in their late 90s. And she thought she was alive, and no, she was dead for like 3 days. It was a whole thing. And I couldn't deal with it. And my mind kind of just snapped. And I stayed home, and I worried. I worried about a lot. I broke down a lot. I didn't talk. I didn't. shower. I didn't do anything. And finally, my doctor convinced me to go, to go in. And I went in. I got this new doctor. She's run all these tests, this MRI, da da da. She sent me to a neurologist because of the shakes. Uh, I go to this neurologist. I went for the MRI about 2 weeks after my booster shot, and the MRI showed bacteria. Okay, so there was bacteria in my brain. All right. uh, What? So okay, doc. What do we do? He said we've got to figure out what it is. So he runs all these tests, and it turns out at some point I had Lyme disease, and it got reactivated. Imagine that. Reactivated. So now I had this Borrelia bacteria in all my deep tissues. So it's in all my joints, giving me arthritis. It's in my bloodstream, causing a high clotting factor. It's, all throughout my body, but especially it's in my brain. And it's decided to settle itself into um, the center of my brain where it regulates my emotions. It regulates my depression. It regulates my reactions, and it causes tremors because it affects the central nervous system. I'm actually getting sick just talking about it because it makes me physically sick to think of what this shit did to me. So whatever, go to the doctor, he gives me pills. Go to another doctor, she gives me pills. Go to another doctor, she gives me pills. Go to my shrink, she gives me more pills. Go to my doctor, more tests, more pills. Okay. Then I swell up and I wind up with um, extreme depression that's not going away, extreme anxiety, which keeps me from even leaving my apartment. And now my legs start to swell up. First, it was just my feet. Then my calf got like a weird little blister thing on it. And then it wept, the little blister thing. And then I had a hole in my leg. And I was like, what the hell? Then I had four holes. Like I had four big sores, but I had one in the back of my leg that was like just crazy eating through the skin. And I couldn't, do anything about it because I was like, where am I going to go? Can't walk anywhere. Finally, the pain got so bad that I had to go to the hospital. The ambulance people came and got me. I made terrible sounds. They took me to emergency. They stayed with me in emergency. The emergency basically thought I was just like some like pain addict looking for pain meds, and then they were all weirded out when I said I didn't want opioids. Um, they gave me some uh, tramadol. I think it tramadol. I think it was tramadol. Uh, and they just kind of left me there while they ran uh, a swab test on all my sores. And four of the little sores, were fine. Three of the really big ones were good. But the one that was on the back of my calf was going to kill me because it was Pseudomonas and Staphylococcus. It was a staph infection. And they were afraid um, that it would enter my bloodstream and I would become septic. And it wasn't so much a if as a when. So I had let it get so bad that I was pretty much like right there on death's door. And I was okay with that because I was in so much pain and I was so messed up mentally. Like the depression just was so much that I was okay with just checking out. I didn't care who I was leaving behind. It took a lot of people. It took the online community. It took my kids. It took my friends who I thought were my friends to convince me to keep going, to fight. And I told the doctors, hit me with whatever you got. I don't care how sick it makes me. Like I'm gonna fight. And I mean the doctor was overjoyed. And it took days. I mean, I was sick as a dog for days. And I tried to be all, hey, yeah, okay. But I'm like talking gibberish from the pain meds, and it was just so weird. But I did. I kicked its ass. Um, I made it through. I healed. I came home. I did the nurse visits and everything like that. Everything is nice and healed. And then I was supposed to do like a whole bunch of other stuff, and I didn't. And why didn't I? I didn't because I I ran into some psychological problems that I told you about. Uh, People don't realize how hard it is to just bounce back when you've been that sick. Um, when you're okay with dying, because at least then it doesn't hurt anymore. That level of pain is something very few people experience. I know some people who know what it feels like. Um, and I had trusted them to understand, that sometimes you're not exactly yourself when that pain hits. Um, that you have ups and downs, that you sometimes you have to go away. And I do that. I withdraw. I oversleep. I overthink. I overfeel. And I like to be by myself when I get like that. Now, when we talk about mental illness, a lot of people, myself included, feel shame when admitting that they have a mental illness. And my thing is, I don't want to bother anybody with my bullshit. So what I do is I joke and I make them laugh and I do stories and I tell, vulgar things that have happened in the past and I curse a lot and it's all the distraction. It's to make you laugh because I don't want anybody to be sad. I don't. I don't want anybody to be sad. I'll always go for the joke. I don't want to show that things bother me. I don't want to be vulnerable. I don't want people to think I'm soft because that's when they take advantage. However, I like my friends on fire. Well, sometimes, when they've already lit me on fire, but I'm not going there. Uh, I'm doing the same thing I do with the others. I'm not talking about it. Whatever, make up whatever narrative you want. I don't care. I really don't. Um, I'm not going to defend anything I do, any decision I make. I've made plenty of decisions over the last 2 years that, God, were horrible decisions. I have trusted people I shouldn't have trusted. I have disclosed things I probably shouldn't have, but I don't give a shit. I really don't. People have asked me questions and I've answered them. Um, but I'm not volunteering information. You ask me a question, I'll answer it. Even if it's not your business, I might tell you it's not your business, but I'll still answer you in some way. But for the most part, I'm pretty open about everything. The thing is, a lot of people don't understand what depression looks like. They think depression makes you sad all the time. It's not a sadness that I feel a lot of the time. It's literally depression. It's my normal self being pushed down until I can't really feel anything positive. I can't feel joy. I have no interest in anything. I have no interest in leaving. I have no interest in eating, in looking at the TV, at watching YouTube, or listening to music. Anything that has any kind of emotion to it, I avidly avoid. And I just withdraw. I withdraw and I go quiet and I will lurk, but I have no interest in whatever I'm watching. And I'm just kind of, it's just noise. And I sleep. Oh, do I sleep? See, when I'm happy, I don't sleep. When I'm worried, I don't sleep. But when I'm depressed, oh, I sleep. I'll sleep 20 hours a day and still be exhausted because I just don't have the mental fortitude to face another fucking day, to deal with bullshit from people. I just I just don't. Um, I try. I do. I try. But people just get more and more ridiculous as life goes on. Um, and nobody ever wants to be accountable. Doesn't matter how accountable I make myself because I'm good at the blame game. I actually wrote a whole blame game song. It's funny. I'm gonna have to record it one day on here. Um, depression. Depression can look like somebody who's streaming for 12 hours because they don't want to be by themselves. They want to reach out. They want to interact with somebody. Um, depression can look like somebody who's volunteering for everything under the sun because they need to make a difference. They need a purpose. Are they enjoying it? No. But something is driving them. Something is pushing them in that direction. Uh, when we give too much, it's because, you know, you're not feeling like giving anything, so you overdo. Because my perception of correct amounts of things is completely off when I'm that low. Everything becomes extra because I have to push myself to do anything. So in that push, I come off a little manic, even though I'm not bipolar. I've been tested, Tweety. Um, there's no cluster bees here. It's different. Mine is all trauma based. And so I tend to trauma bond with people. I am comfortable with people who know what kind of pain I felt. I am comfortable with people who have horrific pasts because then they get an idea of what it was like. They don't know, but they kind of know. They know what it's like to be afraid. They know what it's like to be rejected. They know what it's like to constantly live in that fight, flight, or freeze kind of mode. They know what threat assessment is. They do all this all the time, and that's something I'm familiar with. Dealing with people who will initiate trauma and drama. I'm used to that. So I'm drawn to people like that. I need to not be drawn to people like that. I need to change a lot of things. And seeing that that's an issue for me is one of the first things that, I do to take a step toward healing that part. I know it's cliche to say, oh, well, admitting it is the first step. It's a cliche because it's true most of the time. I mean, that's how things become cliches. It's because they ring true. So often they're used over and over. They become cliches because they're pretty much a given. You can pretty much bet that, like, three times out of four, that is going to hold true. The other 25%, you're screwed. And am I just pulling these figures out of my ass? Yep, you betcha. But it's just, a way to portray what my thoughts are. My thoughts are all over the place because you guys know I squirrel all the freaking time. Um, but currently, like that's where I've been at. That's where my brain has been at. I have done the quiet coping. I have done the uh, step back and just cut all ties thing. I have done the I'm not talking about this because I want it to go away kind of thing. I have done the let them say whatever they want, it doesn't matter thing. I've done all that. And where it has currently left me is I miss people I will never speak to again. I miss doing things that I will never do again. And I miss conversations I will never engage in again. However, thanks to this world being so big, there will be new people that I will talk to. And there will be new conversations to be had. And there will be new experiences to be had and enjoyed. I just have to get there. And sometimes that process takes a little bit, uh, especially when it never ends. You have that never ending, just constant beep, 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 off to the side. And it's really hard to ignore the buzzing. I do for the most part because I really don't give a shit. But it's not the healthy part of me that doesn't give a shit. It's the part of me that already like doesn't care about anything. That's the part that don't give a shit. Because I just can't. I have enough energy to wake up and occasionally get something done. For the most part, I'm just, winning. I need to get out and do stuff. Thank you for that wonderful assessment. And I don't want to be a bitch about it, but I can't really walk. And I ain't getting in a wheelchair. That's the whole point of this. Like, how crazy am I? Not that crazy, turns out. I have issues. Um, but for the most part, my biggest issue is running away. And where would you like me to go? Y'all live in like wide open places. I live in a concrete fucking jungle with nasty ass people piled on top of themselves. There's 55,000 of us in this town. That's a mile square. It's a lot of people. Scott Adams says depression is really low energy. Go for a drive. Don't have a car. To the country with kids. Don't have a car. I have one friend going through a divorce who can't, can't be bothered. And the other one, I can't for reasons. But anyway, and I don't have a car. And who's going to drive? Because I can't trust my legs. Mhm. Thank you, Winnie. Thank you for your suggestions. And while I would love that, money don't grow on trees. That's number one. And number two, I can't walk to the garbage chute and back. And I'm supposed to what? I know that you have solutions all day, and I know that everybody that offers solutions is trying to be helpful. But we're not talking about my physical limitations today. Yeah, they do not lend for a happy go lucky Driving Miss Shelley, yeah. They don't lead to happy-go-lucky days. I feel trapped. I don't do trapped. I don't do victim. I don't do soft. I'm a Jersey girl. We laugh, but that means something here. We're raised different. We're raised, you don't talk about feelings because we don't have those. Got to be tough. Keep your mouth shut. Don't bother people with your problems. And just keep going. And that's all well and good. That's the right attitude. Now live it. Yeah. You don't get sarcasm, do you, Winnie? It's not a good way to be tough all the time. To be, I don't need help. I don't need this. I don't need anybody. I can do it myself. And da, da, da. Yeah, I used to be able to do that. Now, not so much. But the whole point of this discussion was to say that depression and that, like, all that comes with it, it does come and go. It ebbs and flows. Um, Anybody out there, I mean, this is not professional advice. This is just me talking through what I've experienced. I've had depression since I'm 12. Basically, once those hormones started, it was all downhill from there. And some days, even now, I'm full of positivity and I am raring to go and I want to cook and I want to clean and I want to move around and do this and do that. And I do it for like an hour or 2 hours. And then I'm absolutely exhausted for days. And I'm like, why does everything hurt? Why am I so tired? Why is this swollen? Why is that swollen? Why can't I freaking walk? Why can't I? Where'd my voice go? Where'd this go? What happened? Because every day I wake up and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, what's wrong now? Because I wake up and I'm great, and I stretch and I go to get up and then I remember because I go to get up and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. My legs are tree trunks. I forgot. Depression to me, there's different kinds. There's the waterfall that you're stuck under. Um, it literally appears out of nowhere and it hits you so hard and pushes you down and pushes you down and pushes you down to the point where you don't think you're ever going to be able to come up for air. You're just drowning in it and you feel the weight of it and you carry that around with you and you know you don't want anybody to see, so you try to stand tall and be confident, and you know you try to make people laugh, and you're engaging, and you try not to show your fear. You try not to show how tired you are. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I can't keep it out of my voice. I can't. When I did the morning show, it was always, yeah, okay, whatever, ha ha ha, and we'd joke. And, I'd have, him there as the straight man, and he'd be, like, I don't mean straight like sexual orientation. I mean, like, the no laugh guy. Like, he was my foil. He would just be like deadpan all the time. And that worked for me. I could work off that. I could, joke off of that, and I can, make you laugh. I can make him laugh, whatever. because I had something there to pep up, like, I understand, but I love a good underdog story. Oh, shut up, winning. You're so stupid. Anyway, um, that kind of format was good for me. It's good for me to have somebody to bounce stuff off of. And then without that, I wasn't unsure of what to do. I was just unsure of how I'd go about it. And I kind of was just wondering if I wanted to, because I got to that point where I was like, well, this is not fun. This is just making me more and more depressed. And why am I doing this? I used to do it, it was pain relief for me. I mean, that's the high that I got off of streaming. I actually like enjoyed it so much that it would flood me with so much positivity and endorphins and whatever that my pain was minimized because I had something else to focus on. And then that went away. So it was like, all right, what do I do now? Um, and once again, I did what I always do. I I just kind of went with the flow, and the flow didn't go the way I wanted it to. So I just kind of withdrew again. You just need a good comeback montage like Rocky. No, it's not you're such a jerk, winning. I swear to God. But no, it's not about that. It's I I like people. I like listening to people. I like people's stories. I like joking with people. I like exchanging information with people. I love to learn. I love to teach. Uh, I love to hear stories from people who've lived extraordinary lives, like Rabbit. Rabbit has lived an extraordinary life. Even Mr. Malloy has lived an extraordinary life. I know all these people who have lived extraordinary lives, and I look at mine, and I'm not upset with how my life has gone. I lived a huge life. Anybody who's ever heard me will know that I am a huge personality. I have a very strong personality. You don't get that way by taking the easy road. You don't get that way by uh, just larking through life, like just skipping through, like la 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 la, nothing bothers me. Uh, you get that way by fighting your way through life and still being able to laugh at the end and buy the person that you were fighting with a beer. Like that's been my life. I will fight you. I will fight you here, fight you now, fight you tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. I will fight you. And then I'll buy you a beer. But you got to be willing to have the beer. Um, it's always been the way we've been around here. You fight, you get it out, and you make up. You move on. You become, more understanding. You get everything out. The problem is people don't let everything out. They like to have their little secrets, whatever, and their little agendas. And that's fine. Go do your agenda. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. I don't have an agenda. I'm on YouTube because I enjoy it. If you don't enjoy me, don't listen. It's that simple. If you don't want to talk to me, don't talk to me. How about that? If you don't want to engage with me, don't engage with me. However, keep my name out of your mouth. How about that? That's a good one. part of my depression is the fact that I am not fighting. I'm just letting things happen. I'll give you an agenda. Step one, get mobile. Go. Step two, go fuck yourself. You know I'm kidding, Winning. Don't get butt hurt. Don't be that guy. Um, I'm kidding, people. Anybody who's listening, Winnie would never take that to heart. Trust me. He knows damn well when I'm serious, and he knows when I'm not serious. Uh, for the most part, I'm almost never serious. I'm serious talking about depression and stuff like that because I want you guys to understand there's different ways. It's very hard for people who are depressed to admit to other people that they're depressed. Hi, Rose. She said, "Love you, Shelly. You could fight me anytime, and we'll end up with beer and laughs." Oh yeah, I would happily have a food fight with you. I think you would be so much fun to have a food fight with. Oh my goodness. I love food fights. Love them. I think they're hilarious. And afterwards, there's nothing, but they have to happen outside because no, ain't nobody cleaning that shit up inside. It's got to be somewhere where a hose is available. But and not for any weird sexual stuff. Just hose them off and then let them go in. But yeah, food fights are the best. Oh my god. Oh my god. We've had amazing food fights in my family. Not with my, like Italian side, but with the Puerto Rican side, we had tons of. Um, always fun, always fun. And my friends and I had food fights. Um, we had a watermelon fight once. I remember that. That was terrible. That was actually at high school. We were having like watermelon eating contests, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, the football players decided we're gonna just make everybody wear a watermelon, and they just pummeled us with watermelon. I got stung by 2 bees that day. I thought for sure I was gonna wind up in the hospital, but meh. Bees do love the watermelon. They do, they do. Hey, Squab Bob, how are you? But yeah, there's different kinds of depression. I keep squirreling. I apologize. I mean, I'm not sorry it's gonna keep happening, but I will apologize for it. Um, the one depression is kind of like the waterfall one. The other one is it's kind of like standing out in the rain, but you're under an umbrella, so you're not getting wet. But the water's rising at your feet, which is more dangerous because that slowly creeps up on you, and there's nowhere to go because everywhere you look, it's just water. It's just tears, just pain, nothing but sadness, and you see it coming, you feel it ebbing in gently and gently, and that's when the panic attacks happen for me because I don't want to feel that way. And I can feel the energy just seeping out of me, and I can feel the darkness welling up, and I can hear all those whispers of all those things that are telling me to do things that I don't want to do. And go say this, go start a fight, go do this, go do that. Self harm is a big thing for me. That's a big trigger, and it's a big pitfall that I try to avoid, and sometimes I can't. And once I start, it's addictive because it's like a release valve. And all those emotions that I'm keeping inside, I release them little by little. And sometimes it takes more than one harm to release it all. And that happens. It does. It's not good. It's not healthy. It's not it's not the sign of a well mind, but it happens. And then there's the depression that's a constant companion. It sits on your shoulder like some demented little dodo bird always just in your ear. And it tells you all these things that you don't want to hear. It tells you, oh, well, they're acting that way because they never liked you. Oh, be suspicious of that person. Oh, that person just lied to you. So you know that they're going to lie to you about something else. So why don't you just, yeah, go ahead, store that information. Okay, get snarky with this one. Be mean to this one. Snap. Go ahead, snap. And that voice just keeps going and going and going. And so you'll do anything. I'll do anything not to sink into that depression. So if it means I have to grasp onto anger, then I'm going to grasp onto anger. And I've tried that. And it's worked to keep me from being depressed, but then it just pisses off everybody else. And unfortunately, I care how I affect other people. Some people might not believe about that, but some people also, can't see the forest for the trees. I have I don't know. I've been through it. I've been through a lot. So much more than I'm ever going to disclose because I can't. Shelley, my friend who is in crisis, he's your age. Excuse me, you're my age, dumbass. And he is letting his depression kill him. I tell him what I'm telling you. It's never too late. Depression is just a condition. Remember that. Yes, depression is a condition. It is a condition that uh, people think you can just shake off, and you can't. Um, Depression is also a chemical imbalance. Uh, Sometimes you have to have medical intervention. Sometimes you have to rely on medication. It's not ideal. This last medication increase, it it brings me to like really really high highs, which is not my natural state of being, and then it drops me and I hit the lowest points really really quickly. It's almost like bungee jumping without the cord. I just hit the floor as a big splat, and then I just got to deal with it. And what I do is to deal with it, I withdraw because I don't want to make everybody sad. I don't want to sit there and, oh, this hurts, oh, that hurts, because nobody gives a shit. I could tell you that I can't walk. You're not going to understand it. You're not going to get the the panicky feeling of being stuck somewhere, of not being able to stand for more than a minute, 2 minutes, not being able to walk because everything is swollen. And now your hips make this weird noise that they didn't make before because, you're putting so much pressure on the bones because your legs are so big that you can't stand up straight on them because your hips don't bend that way. Um, you won't allow your son to be medicated, but you allow it to happen yourself. You just have to get through the withdrawal. I would love to say that I don't need medication. I do. I just don't think that what they're giving me is working. Uh, I don't have much say in that. I could choose not to take it. That's true. I could choose to stop. I know I'm not addicted to it because half the time I forget to take it anyway. That's why I have my alarm set. But I can't just stop because I don't know what the repercussions from that are going to be. I'm on antidepressants. I'm on anti-anxiety meds. I'm on anti-seizure meds for my tremors. I am on water pills. I'm on blood pressure pills. I am on high cholesterol pills. I am on uh, nerve pills for pain. I am on nerve pills for the depression and for everything wacky in my brain with the bacteria. I just came off um like 4 different kinds of antibiotics from being in the hospital. And yeah, it was what, 2 months? It's been 2 months since I'm off all the antibiotics and my body's still not right. It's still not regulated. Um yeah, I'd love to be off all these different medications, but I don't know what it would do, and I live by myself with these 2 kids. I can't take a chance that I'm gonna have a breakdown or anything because right now, I'm okay. I'm just tired and withdrawn. I'm very, very tired. That's just all the time. I'm tired, I'm in pain, I'm withdrawn. And that's one of the depressions that I deal with is the fuck, everything hurts. I have no energy. I have no strength. The depression comes from being so different to what I was. I was always strong. I've always been the strong one, both emotionally, psychologically, and physically. Like physically, I was no slouch. Like I was strong. And I'm not strong. Like my arms are like noodles. I used to crawl under stuff and just stand up with whatever was on my back. Didn't matter how much it freaking weighed. My legs were so strong. Now, I went to move the fan the other day and almost fucking fell over. So it's like I don't understand. Like I go to pick up a box, I can't do it. I tried to dump garbage. I had to crawl back in because I couldn't make it home. It's just down the hallway. I made it there. It took me like 10, 15 minutes to dump 4 bags of garbage, and I barely made it back, and I had the shopping cart to hold on to, and I still had to crawl. So it's just, it does take a long time to recover, but I'm I don't know that I can recover. So a part of me just wants to move away, move somewhere where there's no people, just have my little house, have some, dogs and cats. Maybe I'll get some chickens for Connor. What about roller skates? Oh yeah, let's do roller skates because that's what I want is to be on wheels. Why don't you just grease up the skates of a goddamn longboard and just strap me to it and I'll just zoom right through the whole freaking town? Seriously, my mother lives at the bottom of the hill. I live at the top. If you just put me at the top and give me a push, I'm sure I'll just zoom right through a bunch of intersections and make it right to her house. One, two, three. That's what I need right there. Move to the country. I mean, yeah, that's what I want. But again, money. Money? Money's an issue. Daisy girl, I'm proud of you for speaking up. I wish I was strong enough to do that. Kind of why I'm silent here. Listen, it's hard for people to say they don't like their life. Because everybody will tell you, well, your life is what you choose, they're your decisions, meh, meh, meh. Yes, fresh air, that's what I want. I would love to be able to go sit outside. I would love for my kids to be able to go outside. One of the things I honestly want, I miss having a dog. As much as I am a cat person, I love cats. They are very my personality, whatever. But I need a dog. I need to be able to take it for like little walks. I need to be able to like play fetch, like throw the thing and it brings it back. I need a happy, positive, little waggy being in my life because none of the people around me here are happy. Where's Morgan Freeman when you need it? Oh, shut up. God. Miss Daisy, Miss Daisy. Mm, very racist movie. But anyway, that was the whole point of it. That was why it was funny. The whole dynamic. But anyway, I'm not talking about movies today, Winning. Jesus Christ. You can make me squirrel so easily. But yeah, Daisy, there's a stigma with saying that you're depressed because people tend to think that it's something you can control and it's not. Can I do things to counter it? Yeah, you know what I do? I sleep. I sleep so that I don't think about the things that are depressing me. I sleep so I don't do stupid things, so I don't make bad decisions, so I don't self harm. I sleep so that I don't have to explain to anybody why I'm not a bucket of fucking sunshine. It's I sleep so I can pretend like I don't have feelings anymore. Like nothing hurts. So I'm not so brave. I'm not so strong for talking about it. Should have talked about it weeks ago. I should have said, okay, I'm not, like, I'm not busy. I'm just withdrawing. I'm not, um, I'm not avoiding anybody. I'm avoiding everybody. That's why I don't like people to take it personal because it's not about anybody. It's about everybody. Because it's about me. It's about my toxicity. Because I don't want to be toxic for people. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I want them to laugh. And if they're not going to be playful with me and laugh with me, then I gotta go. Like I gotta go. I can't spread the negativity. It would kill me because it's not what I want. I want to spread the positivity. I want peace. So one of the things I do when I'm depressed that actually does work, but I can't always find the desire to do it, um, is to talk to people, to really like get into something deep, like to really delve into something that's maybe not controversial, but something that is going to really engage my mind, something that's really going to stimulate that part of me that um, needs to know. I need to learn it. I need to delve deeper. I need to unpack all this stuff and see where it leads me. And I've been doing that lately with like religion and the different things, different politics, old politics. Reading the Bill of Rights, reading um, the Articles of Confederation or the Articles of Federation, the the Articles of Federation, the Bill of Rights, and all the fucking amendments that go with it. The Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, which I don't know if you know, Joe, but they're different things. Just saying. You try to help others because it's hard to think about your problems when you think about other people's problems. I think it's selfish to think about my problems. I do. I think it is self-indulgent and selfish because that's what I've always been told. Think of other people, put other people first, take care of other people. You're not important. You'll sort yourself out at the end. Don't worry about you, worry about other people. And for the most part, that's what I do. I take care of other people. I worry about other people. I try to connect and give them a place to go, something to listen to, somebody to talk to, somebody to vent to, because you're allowed to vent. You're allowed to just get everything out, and you should have people that go ahead, get it all out. Say whatever it is you need to say, and then we're just going to move on, no matter who it's about. And you just, blah, 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 and then that's it. You just forget it, and you walk away, and you're done. That doesn't happen when you have people who don't want it to be done. When you have people who want to perpetuate it or make it into something that it isn't, or whatever. Um, it's what happens when you're around people who take away your voice. Never let anybody take your voice, even if you think you're going to get jumped on, even if you think you're going to get harassed for it. Fuck it. It's your voice. This is my voice. There is nobody taking my voice from me. I'll be good goddamned. I might be on here talking about depression. I might be on here talking about anxiety, panic attacks, medications, whatever. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm going to deal with my stuff however I can to get through the day. And I'm always going to be me. Doesn't matter who out there doesn't like it. It doesn't matter who's got a problem with it. I'm cool with it. I like me. I'm fun. I can be really sweet. I can be your best friend. I can be generous to a fault. I can be super supportive. But you fuck with me, and everybody has a line that they're just not willing to move anymore for you. And that's the problem. I moved lines for people. I'm very bad at boundaries. I am not good at creating boundaries because I don't have that kind of mentality. I never thought people would just take advantage or be stupid or whatever. I guess I despite knowing the evil that's out there, I trust people, which is so stupid. So stupid. I trust people and then it goes to shit and I walk away and everybody wonders, well, why'd you walk away? You shouldn't say anything. No, because I don't want to. I'm just walking away. Uh, it starts with inner faith and living in acceptance. That repairs your self respect, self esteem, and self worth. I call it the circle of self. So I'm not going to say what that sounds like. It's not selfish to put yourself first in these areas. It's mandatory to be good for others in this world. I get that, winning. I do. I get that I have to take care of me if I'm going to be there for other people. Unfortunately, I'm not built that way. Um, I'm not built with the whole got to be me first and then everybody else. It's the whole reason I'm even trying to help anybody is because I need to do that. I need I need for all the crap that I've been through to help somebody. If it doesn't help them feel better about their situation, if it doesn't help them out of their situation, at least maybe it can help them feel like they weren't alone in what they were going through. This is not new. Uh, I have this thing that I've talked about before. I believe I talked about it on the narcissist video that I did, uh, the one about gaslighting. I lost my thought. God damn it. Then you got to rebuild. Cue the Rocky montage. You with the Rocky montage. I mean, yes, it's wonderful, but Jesus, you threw me all off footing. See, I had a point, and I can't remember what the hell it was, but you said self respect, self esteem, self worth, circle of self, put yourself first, blah blah blah. Oh, you're a pain in my ass. I can't believe I lost my thought. Son of a bitch. Look, I didn't curse like for an hour. You come along and I'm cursing like a sailor. Um, I don't remember. But I will tell you that it's very difficult to admit that you have thoughts that can actually bring you so low that you can sleep for 20 hours out of the day. And I've done that. Hell, this weekend, I think I was awake maybe 8 hours all weekend, all that time put together. I wasn't even trying to sleep. I would just be in the middle of doing something and be asleep. Okay. And I didn't sleep for like 20 minutes. No. 4 hours here, 6 hours there. Shit, I slept for 10 hours straight the other night. I was like, what happened here? My main thing is I hide. It's that's what I do. I disappear. People get upset about it. I disappear for a day or for 2 days because it takes so much for me to deal with other people sometimes. Lately, it's been a lot easier, but just the energy that it takes to listen, to like make my brain pay attention when all it wants to do is kind of shut down and sing old show tunes and like old commercials. My brain is good at that, coming up with old commercials and stuff to just replay over and over and over so that I don't think about anything. Yeah. I haven't slept, just so you know. I have been awake since I don't know about 4:30 this morning because I slept all friggin' weekend long. Um, and I probably could have done things, but no. I woke up at 4:30 and my legs were so swollen that I could barely walk down the hall to the bathroom. Um, I don't know what else to do. I really don't. I know I have to go to the lymphedema clinic. I have an appointment for when is it? The Friday the 21st, next Friday. So, as long as that holds true, we'll see what they have to say. I'm just I'm tired, guys. Mental illness is very hard to deal with when you're only given an hour to talk to your doctor or a half an hour to talk to your therapist. And there's so much that you want to say. But when they contact you, like for some reason, they always seem to contact me when I'm on a high, like when I'm on an upswing, not a high, but like an upswing, which is good for my therapist because she gets worried. But they always ask me the same things. Are you in danger of harming yourself? Not at the moment, no. Are you sure? I have no plans. I have to be very specific with my language. Because saying that you think about it is one thing, planning it is something else. And I have to be very, very clear and say, I have no plans to unalive myself or to self harm. I have not made any plans. In fact, I am working actively to not do those things. And then they're like, okay, well, what are you going to do this week? I don't know. You tell me. Yeah. And it's always something. They always have, do more podcasts, talk more on lives, um, be more engaged. Don't let yourself just fade off into the background. Try something new, try something daring, try whatever. They have all this advice, and it's, avoid your mother, and ignore this and just remember that. And it's a lot of information. Shelley, would you mind sharing with us about where and when your physical condition started? I don't know the story. How did it all start? How did you end up unable to walk and be active? Uh, okay. It started right after my first um, jibby jab. So that was March 2021. Yeah. That was March 2021, and I got the second jibby jab 4 weeks later. And with the first one, my legs started getting weaker. I started getting heart palpitations. I just thought it was because I was inside for a year and a half, and well, a year at that point. And I was just, not used to walking around. Maybe I'd smoked too much, whatever. But that wasn't it. Ugh. So March 2021, I started getting really, like, much weaker when it came to walking. I would walk, like 5 or 6 blocks, which for me was nothing. And I'd be exhausted and sweaty, and like I'd be like, "What the fuck is going on?" And my legs would start to shake, like as if I ran like I don't know, like a mile. And I went to my doctor and I told him. He said, "Oh, it's nothing." He was like, "All that time in isolation, you were sedentary. Da, da, da. You'll be fine. Walk more." Okay. So I started walking to work and walking home, and I couldn't make it halfway. And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I mean, I love to walk for miles. I used to love to, like, take my son, we just go and just walk and walk and walk and walk and walk. Because I got rid of my car years ago. Hoboken's parking is horrible, and I couldn't afford to spend a gallon of gas looking for parking for 2 hours. And I also couldn't afford a private parking spot, which is like $400 a month for me. And I was like, "Nope." So I just got rid of the car. The tickets were ridiculous. I was getting parking tickets constantly, even though they're not supposed to ticket because I have the handicap plates or whatever. Hoboken does what it wants. So yeah, so I'm stuck here. But at least I had like my friend Rachel. We used to go for drives all the time. And then when I told her I was getting sick, I said, I'm getting weaker and weaker. I was like, and I'm getting like really, really anxious all the time. Like I was having panic attacks every couple days for no reason. And then I started getting like really, really hot and really cold and really hot, and then I'd get the chills. And I was always tired. And I was just like, what the hell? So, I went back to school. We went back to, in classroom learning. And I went back and I was always tired. But I got my two vaccinations. I got my jabs, and I was good. Because they said, "Oh, well, you gotta get them in order to come back to work." Okay, so I got them and I went back. My son got them, he was fine. But I kept getting really, really tired and I would sleep more and more and more. I was okay for the first maybe 3 months of school, and then I started, like, really getting to the point where I would come home. I'd have to take an Uber home because I couldn't walk it, and I would sleep the minute I got home. And I would wake up later and make dinner or something, fall right back to sleep, and then wake up in the morning to take a shower and go to work. So all I was doing was working and sleeping, working and sleeping. And I kept telling them at work, I don't feel good. Like I just feel so run down. I have headaches, my muscles hurt, like my joints hurt. I don't understand. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're just, you're upset. And my aunt passed away in January 2022. And it was a whole big thing. Like I said, um, they held her body for weeks because they had to do an autopsy. But no, I haven't talked to a lawyer. Do you want me to tell you the story or not? So, um, so yeah, so she passed away again. My other aunt, her sister who lived with her, did not notice that she died. And I think she had like a psychotic break because she kept talking to her even though she was dead. Um, and so my mother and her husband went over there and it was not pleasant. Not a good sight because my aunt was like emaciated because she had dementia. I mean, I used to chase her all around this town, going looking for her at like 1 o'clock in the morning, calling the cops. We'd all be combing the town looking for her. It drove me crazy for like 2 years. She did that. Oh my god, it was just every time the phone rang, I was like, like I didn't know, was it something wrong with my son? Was it something wrong with my aunt? Was it something wrong with my mother? And I got to the point where I couldn't. If the phone rang, I would have a panic attack. I know. You're always troubleshooting and problem solving for me. I know. Yeah, so I was afraid to even answer the phone. It would instantly send me into a massive panic attack to the point where I had started stimming and I was developing tics because I was so flooded with anxiety. And I've never been like that. I'm the one that you call in a crisis. I'm always really calm, whatever. I deal with insane people all the fucking time without losing my cool. If you said hi to me, I'd break down into tears. I just break down into tears because it was just too much. It was too fucking much. And I thought that, all right, I'm down. I'm very like all over the place, whatever. I didn't go to work for like a month. I asked for a leave of absence. Okay, so I go to my doctor. My doctor tells me, "Oh, you're due for this. Da, 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 da. I need you to go get this, whatever." She sent me for all these fucking tests and for a booster jab. I'm not thinking anything of it because I'm not correlating anything because I'm all liberal minded because that's what I knew. Morning, Elephant. How are you, lovey? And with my very liberal Democrat upbringing, what did I use as a news source? CNN, of course. Everything they told me and sped spoon fed to me, I ate with abandon. Okay. Just keep shoveling this bullshit toward me and I'll just keep, digesting it. And that's what I did. So I never made the connection. So in March, right before I went for all these tests, I got my booster jab. Then 2 weeks after that, now I'm sick as a dog from this. I told the doctor I have this giant bubble, like this ball underneath my skin on my arm. It's like a rock. She was like, well, at injection sites, you get some irritation. I said, no, 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 no. I was like, first of all, this is not as high as the other one. I said, "When they gave me the 2, it was up high in, like, the meaty part of my arm." I said, "This one was down and I swore she hit bone." I said, "But this one hurt." And the doctor was like, "No, no, no, you're fine." Okay. So I have this giant, like the size of a clementine underneath my skin of my arm. Can't move my arm. Now I can't put my arm up. Can't every time you touch any part of my arm, I scream because it hurts. And I can't hold a pen anymore because I tried to sign my name when I went to go get the jab, and I was shaking so bad I couldn't sign my name because I couldn't hold a pen. So they sent me, for MRI, whatever, because I went for a mammogram and they found uh, masses. They found a mass. Doing good. It's a new week. It better be good or I'll ask for a refund. Yeah, I want a refund on every week, but apparently I'm the only one that's paying and there's nobody to give me a refund. Sucks. So I'm just going to wind up paying myself. Fuck it. What was I up to? Oh, so the mammogram had like masses, whatever. I had to go for an ultrasound. They told me, "Oh, it's fine. It's just your lymph node is a little swollen and um it's showing up as a mass, but it's benign. It's fine." Okay, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, didn't think twice about it. Uh, the doctor's worried about like the tremors. Sends me to a neurologist. The neurologist sends me for an MRI. I go for the MRI. Bring it back to the neurologist. He says, "Oh, you have bacteria in your brain." He was like, "You see all these little white streaks, and they look like little lightning bolts and whatever." I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "That's not good." I was like, "Oh, thanks, doc." I was like, "So what is this?" He was like, "This is, are you experiencing brain fog? Yes. Memory problems? Yes. Are you having emotional problems?" And I just burst into tears. He was like, "That's yes." I was like, "I don't know what that," because I didn't. I could not control my emotions. The depression wasn't just depression. It was suicidal depression. It I didn't get um I didn't get upset. I got um inconsolable. Like I couldn't watch movies that had any type of emotion to it. Couldn't listen to music. Oh no. Me and music, we were not friends for a long time. There were a lot of things I couldn't do because they would evoke some type of emotion in me and I would lose my shit because I couldn't control anything. I had no regulation abilities at all. And I'm somebody who's very much in control of both their emotions and their words, basically just their self-control. I have um ridiculous control over my filters. If you knew the things I didn't say, you'd be like, I applaud you for your self-control. Um How much were you sleeping during that time? I was not sleeping normally. Oh my god, I'm so sorry you've been going through this. Oh, Ellie, no, I've been going through this for over a year. So it's cool. Winning just wanted a rundown of how the coof jabs affected me. And like how long I've been sick or whatever. So like literally a year and a half. Literally a year and a half. Um, I've never Oh, yeah. No, it's alright, honey. Um, I've never been one to stay home. My mother always said I was like a caged animal because if you keep me in one spot too long, I start to pace back and forth, and I get like a tiger. I get like a tiger that's been caged up and it wants out now. and I will rip off anybody's face to get that freedom. My freedom is very important to me. Not just freedom of speech, but my freedom of flight. I have to be able to get out. It's called the day 3 meltdown in Partyland. I remember those. I mean, you trust me, I did not always stay home. I was never home. Cell phones were invented for people like me because you could never find me. Even with no card, they'd call the house and be like, "Where's your mother?" I don't know. Did you call her cell phone? Well, where is she? I don't know. She's walking around somewhere. My daughter was always like, "Mom went out." Well, where'd she go? Oh, by the river. That's what I did. I walked. I'd make sure everybody was taken care of, and then I'd be like, "All right, I'm putting my music in my ears. I gotta walk," and I just go. That's why Pokemon Go was fun for me because it gave me a reason to go to different parts of town. Um, and it gave me people to walk around with and whatever. Did your doctor ask about sleep or just write a script? I don't take sleeping pills, unfortunately. The doctor did ask about my sleep. That's why I was put on gabapentin because it's also quite, you know, a sedative. Basically, for me, it acts as a sedative. Or it's supposed to. What GABA does for me is makes me a little crazy. Um, yeah, it's also for the nerves. Um, not nerves like nervous reaction, like it's for nerve pain for me because so much of me is like in a raw open wound. I mean, I when I wake up, I don't know what's gonna hurt today. Like this week, my shoulders are very, very swollen. My knees are extremely swollen. And I don't mean like that little bit of swelling that you're like, oh, yeah, I can see it. No, I'm talking about 3 times the size my knee is supposed to be. I refused to get the jab. My husband was forced to and threatened career loss by his employer. He didn't want it. And I pray that there's nothing at all wrong with him. Um, just get his blood work done. Make sure they check for clotting factors because I never had an issue with my blood, and now apparently I am prone to blood clots. Whatever is in your blood that makes it clot quickly, I have like 3 times more than I should, which I never had an issue with before. It's off the charts to the point where they actually made me go to an oncologist because they thought I had bone cancer or blood cancer. And it was like, nope. No, just my government trying to kill me. Um, but yeah, just have them run a blood clot analysis for him. This way, because it helps if if he gets injured or whatever. If he has that in his blood, then they have to give him blood thinners every day that he's not active because your ability to um, just have blood clots form out of nowhere just by being a little bit sedentary is really high. So it's very dangerous. So just have that, looked at. Again, we do not give medical advice. We do not, just telling you my experience. But yeah, everything goes together winning. I understand that. And the doctors, they're well aware that I had a very hard time sleeping. Um, the pain, number one, would keep me awake. If I didn't have this recliner, I wouldn't be able to sleep. He's more prone because his job involves flying. Yeah, so definitely have his blood checked. If my white blood cells weren't through the roof, they would have never bothered doing all the tests that they did. And every test they did, they were like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Where did that come from? And it was just like, okay. Because see, what they found out through everything was that I had Lyme disease. Now, I hadn't been outside my house in over a year and a half. So when I told the doctor, I was like, "You mean I have it now?" He's like, "Yes, but no." I was like, "That don't help, doc. Like, dumb it down for me, would you?" And he was like, "Well, you had it. I don't know how long ago you had it." He said, "But it shows in your bloodstream that you had it in the past." I said, "So I don't have it anymore." He said, "No, you have it now." I was like, "All right." So, like, it never went away? He said, "No, it did." He said, "But it has shown a resurgence." That's what he called it, resurgence. And I went back to my doctor and I said, "This bullshit resurgence that he keeps talking about, what does that mean?" And she looked through all the paperwork and she said, "Honestly," she said, "from his notes, you contracted Lyme disease probably years ago and it just lay dormant in your body because you took antibiotics or whatever. It just went away because it couldn't last. It wasn't that big of, a deal. You said you don't remember ever having like the rash." I said, "I don't ever remember being bitten by a tick, but whatever." And she was like, she said, "Well, it would have been, for hours, the tick would have been." Yeah, I trust me, if I had a tick that was like sucking my blood out, I think I would have noticed it. Especially since I'm totally like, "Oh my God," like since that day with Katie with the tick on her head with the bleeding down. No, yeah, I pay attention. So I would have noticed. So it had to have been years before. She said, and it went dormant, as those types of things do. She said, and something was introduced to your body that reactivated the entire bacterial strain and made it more virulent. It made it stronger. So instead of it being just Lyme disease that, you get a little sick, you get whatever, you take the doxycycline and you're good. I apparently had these, they're called spirochetes. And the bacteria, instead of being just like here, there, or wherever, was everywhere. It was everywhere. And it was in all my tissues. It was in my deep tissues. And it especially loves to attack your reproductive organs and your breast tissue and your brain and your joints. And that's all the places it hit for me because I suddenly was no longer in menopause. Oh no, no. It decided I had a couple eggs left to begin with, so let's just have some fun with her. So after a year of being in menopause and going through the hot flashes and the sweating and the swimming in sweat at night, I got my period. Mhm. Yeah. I was not happy. I was not happy when I called that doctor. I was not happy when I was screeching into the phone that, "Oh my god, I thought I was done," and blah, 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 blah. And I was not good when they told me that I now had an autoimmune disease that mimicked, um, what is it? Multiple sclerosis, lupus, and syphilis. Shelley's list of dues for today: call a medical malpractice lawyer. No, I can't do that. I'm not that person. I'm just not. My doctor admitted what it was months later. I mean, it took her probably about 6 months of seeing all my different test results and me doing my own research and me. Uh, when I first started going for tests, that was when the Johnny Depp trial started. I just started getting into YouTube. Because other than that, I never paid attention. I used to post videos of my son doing stuff when he was little, and then I forgot all about it. If I needed to learn how to do something, I looked it up on YouTube. That's all it was good for me. And then I saw the John Depp trial. And then I got sucked into Tug's world. And then Emily D. Baker. And then Nick Rekieta. And then Frog. And then everything that went along with Cool Frog. And it was like, okay, this was a whole new world for me. This was new stuff I was doing. My therapist was on board. I had people I could, like talk to, people who understood. And that was how it went. Look, I have to take a call. I mean, about my friend. You need to sue them, get the money, and use it to rehab them, move, sue them. That's what justice is there for. Stop this bullshit about it being bad. You're so bossy. Ugh. Go take your phone call. Go take your phone call. Think about it. I gotta talk to my mother. She's the one with the lawyers. I don't have lawyers. My mother has lawyers. She has lawyers. My uncle has lawyers. They all have lawyers. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. That's when I went to the hospital, it was for the sores and the fact that um, the lymph liquid, because I have lymphedema now because of this. That's another autoimmune disease. Uh, because my body's just it just doesn't want to work anymore. My lymph nodes throughout my entire body. If you look up your lymphatic system, you'll see it's everywhere. It's in your neck, it's in your armpits, it's in your boobs, it's in your stomach, it's in your entire pelvic region, it's in your thighs, in your legs, in your arms. It runs everywhere. You like, I need the Dom. Do it. All right, bossy. Jesus. Tell somebody something once. And I know you're laughing, you jerk. What was I going to say? Lymph nodes run through your whole body, and mine don't flush out. So, what that lymph liquid did that was weeping from the sores on my legs was it burned the bottoms of my feet. That was why I went to the hospital, because I could no longer walk at all. There were 44 steps that I had to take from my chair to the bathroom. And I know that because I counted every single one of them every single time I had to go to the bathroom, because it would make me scream in excruciating pain. Again, that's something that um, I actually had to experience daily for hours, and that Darth sat with me through always. Of course, then later I was told that that was a manipulation, but that, whatever. Everybody's been manipulating me over time, it seems. So we'll see. Not everybody. Don't go getting your reality all in a knot. Just a lot of shit went down that shouldn't have. And now I look back and I'm like, wow, I was such a sucker. And okay, maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. Maybe other people think they're better than me. Maybe they're not. I don't care. I don't care. I'm where I am now, and this is what I have to deal with. I don't give a shit what happened last week. I don't give a shit what happened a month ago. I really don't give a flying fuck what anybody has said, what anybody has done. Like I said, I want everybody to eat a meal, a good meal. I just don't want them at my table. And they don't want me at theirs. And then I'm cool with that. Uh, Have you tried rebound? And it's like jumping on a trampoline, except you're just moving slightly. Look it up. It's excellent for lymph drainage. There's also specialist massage therapists who do that. Yeah, I have an appointment with the lymphedema clinic in Jersey City on the 21st. Now, they have rescheduled this twice on me because there's literally two people who work the entire clinic. So if they're overbooked, Shelly, the good news is it's only been 2 to 3 years. No, it's only been a year and a half to 2 years. So you can come back. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's not like I'm not trying. But again, I would like to get the fuck out of here because the doctors around here are too overbooked. I mean, you go in, it doesn't matter what time your appointment is. They'll make you wait 3, 4, 5 hours. It doesn't matter. And I can't get out anywhere. Like, where am I going to go? Everywhere is a fucking hill around here. And then people love to start shit. When I came home from the hospital, I was so happy to see my son outside that I got up out of the car and I walked to him and he was all happy and I didn't notice until I made it to the lobby how many people were staring. And that bothered me. When people stare and then they talk to each other and but they can't take their eyes off you. And my son was walking me, he's like, "They're not talking about you." And I was like, "Yeah, they are." I was like, "But it's, it's fine." He was like, "It's just because, your hair's going gray and, you don't look like you." Thanks, Connor. And it is. My hair did go gray. And I can't wait to dye it. I really can't. But it's hard enough trying to sit up and not fall in the shower and not, fall over when I'm trying to get dressed. And it's just a lot. So, this whole thing about mental health and mental illness is a big deal. And it's something that people have learned to be ashamed of. They've been made to be ashamed of it. You take like all these weird ass trans people. Those are illnesses. There's also dry brushing for lymph drainage. I've heard about the masseuses that they use like wooden pallets, like not pallets, but like paddles and stuff. But they're shaped a certain way to like really like stimulate the whole system or whatever. And that's great. And I would love to try that. I would love to try the compression garments too, but I gotta wait for the clinic. Everything is wait for the clinic. First, it was the Social Security. And then they went and screwed up my insurance. Then they went and screwed up my kids' insurance. And I was in no mood to deal with that, so I didn't. And I didn't answer them. I didn't reply to anybody. I didn't answer the phone. I locked myself away for a month and la 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 with my fingers in my ears going nope. Eyes closed, fingers in the ears, la la la. I can't see, I can't hear, blah blah blah. And then they finally got me on the phone and they were like, "Well, we undid everything that we did." Good, I'm glad because I didn't want you to do any of that shit to begin with. And I told you that. You had no right to do that. So yeah, I freaked out because they screwed everything up for months. And it was just like, ugh. And now they're still screwed up because they're like, "Well, we paid you this and you owe us this." And da-da-da. You figure out what the hell you paid me, what the hell I owe you. Give me a goddamn grand total and let's be done with it. I am so sick of the 15 goddamn letters I get from Social Security every week. This says A, B, C, B, A, C, C, B. It never gives me one fucking answer. It's, well, we did this, but then we did this, but then we did that, but then we did that, but we think we did this, and you did this, and we not. Shut up. I swear to God, the government don't have a goddamn clue what they're doing. No wonder why they're in the shape they're in. But yeah, it's a lot to deal with. It's a lot to take on, and I do it by myself. The government loves paperwork. They really do. They love their paperwork. I don't get why they can't be on one goddamn computer system and just, they have all my information right frickin' there. No, they gotta, no, send me a copy. I sent you copies. Well, I need the original. You're not getting an original of my birth certificate. It's not gonna happen. Because you people, you lose your chair. You're not gonna lose my fucking birth certificate. Get out of here. Then I gotta go to vital certificate. Nope. I wasn't born here. I was born in Englewood. Stop it. Gotta run. Be back later. Keep on talking. That's the one thing I can do. Good luck with your phone call, honey. I hope it goes well for you. Um, yeah, the government, they suck. They really do. They just, ugh. But we're getting like all the insurance stuff, and it's, who was approved and who this. My house is a fucking mess. I mean, it's not dirty, it's just so cluttered. Because you got 3 people living in a 2-bedroom. I can't even go to sleep in my room because he doesn't want me in there. He's 16. He wants the room to himself. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But I gotta sleep somewhere. So I wind up sleeping in the recliner and my legs are swollen. Because I can't get my legs higher than my heart. Hurry up and wait. Oh yeah. So I treated them exactly like they treated me. Every time they asked me a question, I didn't answer them. I said, I don't know. I don't know. Well, we need you to fill you out. I can't do that. What? Because my hands don't write anymore. I can't write in a way that you're going to understand it. Can I type it? No, it's not online. Well, why isn't it online? It's 2023. Everything should be online. Mail should be obsolete at this fucking point. Nope. They want it done their way. Okay, fine. And then when I do things, they're like, oh, well, we'll get back to you in like 12 weeks. 12 weeks? No, you'll get back to me in the same amount of time you told me, 10 days. You have 6 to 10 days. I will be calling you back. They don't like me because I'll call them 3, 4, 5 times a day. I don't care. And for some reason, I always get through. They get very upset. Who put you through? Oh, I just dialed the number I found because I save all the numbers. Once I get a number that works, I will call that number until it's disconnected. Shit. You never want to give me a manager's number. I will go over your head every time because I don't want to deal with your. I don't know. Oh, when they ask for a fax. Oh my God. You need to fax me all your statements. I'm not doing it. Well, you have to. No, I'm not doing it. Well, mail them. I'm not doing that either. Why not? Because it's not safe. That's all my financial information. Well, can you bring it in? Is there somebody there who's going to be there? Well, no. Well, then no. Well, you're 2 blocks away and I am on disability for walking. I can't. What do you not have that in your little file in front of you? I get, oh, I always start out really like, "Hi. Yeah, could you help me?" And I wind up going, "Do you people not listen?" Like, what the fuck? Oh. Well, we take it out of your record. What record? Well, we'll pay your children on your record. What I don't understand what record? I don't have a record. Well, your work record. Okay, so out of my benefits. No, just your record. What's the difference? One's a record and one's benefit. I don't understand your little social security taxi terms. Like I don't get it. You want to like talk to me like I've never had to do this shit because I've never had to do this shit. It's just very frustrating. And I love when they talk to you and they're like, "Oh, so you have depression?" Yes. Hmm. I'm sorry, what was that? Nothing. It's just, depression. It's sad when people are sad. Depression's a lot more than sadness. Depression will actually make you sick. And people are ignorant. They don't educate themselves. They don't care to learn. They know what they know about mental illness, and that's it. They go based on whatever they heard in like the 60s or the 50s, and that's it. That's their take on it. They don't evolve at all. They don't have any faith in it. They don't bother to learn about it. Just like I didn't know about the jabs. I was told they were safe, they were good for you, they were this, they were that, just like everybody else. But like a jerk, I believed them because my government would never, intentionally hurt me. It would never happen. Media, they don't lie to you. They tell you what's going on in the world. They keep you informed. These were the things that I believed. Very quickly, I learned on YouTube that things are not as they appear. There's so much that I didn't know. And I've told you guys, I love to learn. So I just said, okay, teach me. And I met a community full of people who were willing to talk to me about it and teach me and point me in the direction of different news outlets and um, these renegade reporters who, they actually told the truth and they looked things up and they talked to people who were banned. And, you had all these conspiracy theories that were coming true. I'm part Native American, never trust the government, especially when they say they're there to help. Yeah, well, I know that now. I grew up very secluded, very naive. Uh, my grandparents raised me. They believed in the government. They believed in America, and hard work will get you, anywhere. If you're willing to put in the work, you can succeed. They didn't realize that the chips are stacked against you now. This is not the America that they found themselves in. This is the America that we never wanted. This is the America where you can't afford shit. You can't afford a car. You can't afford a used car. You got to know people. You got to be in an area where, you can get a good deal. You can't get that here. You know, my rent is over $1,000, and that's because I'm poor. If it was, regular, it would be like $3,800 a month. I don't have that kind of money. I will never have that kind of money. And that kind of money, I had that kind of money at one point, but it didn't make me happy. In fact, it made me really, really miserable. But I always had money. I never had to worry about money. Now, money, I worry about money, but I don't worry about much else. Even compared to the 1980s, this is not the world we live in. No, it's really not. It's really not. Hell, I remember I went shopping for my car. I bought my car for $2,000. Yeah, it was used, but it had a Mitsubishi engine. It had 100,000 miles. Well, it had 90,000 miles on it when I bought it. And I drove that bitch until she got T-boned and was completely destroyed. But I drove that bitch for what, 3 years, and I put like 60,000 miles on it or more. And she was in 2 accidents. One, my friend Portia did. She drove it right into a telephone pole. And right in front of a cop, too, which was just great. And then the taxi cab T-boned me. and took off. So I didn't get any money from that either. Um, but yeah, I mean, you could buy a house, you could buy a car, you could afford shit. I can't afford nothing anymore. God, the price of fucking groceries is breaking me. It's just like, oh, it seems endless. It's just absolutely endless. The bills are endless, and it's like, okay, I gotta pay for the electric. All these adult things, God. And some days I feel like I'm just not adult enough to have kids. I'm not adult enough to pay bills. I'm not adult enough to live on my own. I feel like a kid. I feel, lost some days. Will these kids ever know it? No, because they walk around knowing that I'm going to take care of everything. They know I'm not going to ever endanger them. They're never going to be homeless. I will do anything to make sure that my kids always have a home. Because I didn't. I knew I always had a home with grandma, but I wanted a home with my mom. And I didn't get that. And because of how she is, I was always, being tossed aside. Grandma would never do that. Uh, Grandma would never have tossed me to the side. She hid me. She hid me when I was pregnant with Katie because she was ashamed, but whatever. That's generational. But she never threw me out. Never, not once. Never even thought about it. My mother, my mother has thrown me out twice. Once when I was 16, and once when I was 6 months pregnant with Katie. After that, I never went back to my mother. I stayed with her for a month when I came back from Kansas with Katie and the two cats, but that's it. And it's only because I had to wait for my apartment to be ready because they don't move as fast as I wanted them to. But I got the apartment anyway. Lovely that it is. Um, every day I struggle to get up. Every day I struggle to put a smile on my face. Uh, every day I think something really dark and sinister, and I just wonder, you know, wouldn't everybody be better? Wouldn't life be better for people? It'd be easier. Then I think it would be easier for my kids. Oh, you're back. Like a bad penny, but that's okay. Um, yeah. I don't know. I kind of went off on a tangent and then I don't know. My son was on antidepressants for years. He was on Abilify and Zoloft. And what's the other thing he was on? Adderall. The Adderall, whatever. He took that when he went to school. I never gave it to him at home. Um, those went the way of the dodo. I haven't given him Adderall in a year. I haven't given him Zoloft in a year. I haven't given him Abilify in a year. He hasn't been on any meds at all. At all. Every day, every day, every day, every day, I write the book. Oh, I thought maybe you wrote the song, Barry. Um, Ellie, make sure you say hi to him, otherwise he'll have a little like meltdown. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's cool. He's all right. I've been talking for 2.5 hours, and it feels like I've said so much, and yet I haven't said anything. I just wish people wouldn't be so quick to minimize depression for other people. Yes, it's good to be solution minded, but you have to be a little compassionate as well. Um, it's never good to make somebody feel like what they're feeling isn't important, or that um, if they were just, smarten up a little bit, they could change everything. Yeah, sometimes you can. Sometimes it is chemical. I mean, sometimes you need a little medicinal help. Granted, I have weed for that, but the weed is more so that I can chill out and other people can deal with me rather than me deal with other people. Sometimes it's because I can't deal with the bullshit. So I need the weed to like just be calm and just okay, go ahead, whatever. Say what you're gonna say. Like whatever. Wolfkinder. Hey Shelly. Sorry I didn't know you were live. Oh honey, that's good to see you. Glad you stopped in. We're just talking about mental illness and how I got to where I'm at mentally, I guess, because I'm a little crazy. If you were to ask me my crazy, okay. My crazy would be yes, I have a lot of trauma in the past. Literally from like the moment I was born. Literally from the moment I was born. And I guess I haven't dealt with a lot of the trauma, but in the past couple years I've dealt with the ones that I could. Like I've dealt with the rape. That it's not that. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's like people hear the word grape or whatever, and they get all, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Relax. Like it. I understand it's a horrible word and it's a horrible thought, but I was also 15, and I'm not 15 anymore. Like I remember it. I can remember every moment of it. I can remember what it smelled like. I can remember what it sounded like. I remember the feeling of it. I remember, what was on the radio at the time. I remember what the weather was outside the windows. I remember the cat being nearby, which cat it was. I remember the words that he said. I remember how many times I got hit. Well, not how many times, but I remember where I got hit. I remember how bad it felt, how much pain it was in. I remember being so distracted at my braces being disconnected from my teeth. Um, I remember all of that, but I've processed all that. Like he stole something from me because that was my first time. He stole something from me that no one could ever give back. He stole the thing that I was going to give to my husband because I was very traditional. I grew up very traditional. I grew up very obedient, very quiet. I didn't curse. Off color jokes? Oh my goodness, never. Because yeah, girls don't do that. Um, I was raised very ladylike. I was raised, extremely academic and all that. But I wasn't given tools that would help me fight off the horror in this world. I was raised so goddamn optimistically. It's ridiculous how optimistic I fucking was. And it's sad that I really believe that people were inherently good. I still think that. I still think that people they're honestly good-hearted, and they're they can be very kind and very giving and very honest. However, not everyone is like that. And that's the part where I run into problems because I'm not good at picking up on the shitheads of the world, apparently. I thought I was. I guess I'm not. I gotta get better at that. Winning said, "Pity is I feel sorry for you. Sympathy is I feel sorry. I feel for you. Empathy is I feel with you. Compassion is I'm here for you. We're all compassionate here. Yes, we are. We are compassionate here. I'm not big on the empathy. I tend to be more apathetic. I hate to say because I want you to be able to talk to me, and I don't react the way I would if it was coming toward me, or if I was going through it. Like, I don't want you to think, "Oh, she's gonna be so affected by this, I don't wanna tell her." You can literally tell me anything, and I'll take it in. I won't always react. Um, that can be off-putting for some people. Most people find that when they talk to me and I just listen and I just take it in and I don't, like, react at all, they actually feel better because I'm not judging them in any way, shape, or form. I'm literally just listening. It's like I'm just an empty glass that you could just pour all your crap into, and I'm just gonna hold it for you, and then we can deal with it. I can do that for other people. I have a hard time doing it for myself. 357. Hello, honey. How are you? He said, afternoon, crazy lady. Yep, that's me, crazy lady. That's all women. Come on. You know as well as I do, all women are crazy. 420. Let me get my vape. Wait. There we go. Um, it's I do. I tend to be apathetic about it. I mean, maybe apathetic isn't the best. I kind of go numb and I don't really react. I might cry, but it won't be like sobbing hysterical. It'll be just tears just flowing from my face. Uh, but there won't be any like no shaking. It'll literally just nonstop tears. And yeah, that's fine. That's when I'm my most emotional, like when I'm really, really bothered by something or something really, really hurts. That's how I go. I go quiet and I just cry. I don't make a big deal. I don't do the melodramatics. I don't do any of that. I just sit and I try to talk through it and I just can't sometimes. Ellie said, "Hey, now I'm not crazy, but my alter hormonal ego is." Well, there you go. Crazy is not a bad thing. I don't know what happened to crazy, but we have all these labels for people. I remember people just being crazy. Like when you found some bitch yelling in a freaking thing, you didn't say, "Oh, she's got a lot of anxiety because of her isolation and because, she's not sure who to trust because the news lies." We didn't think all that. We just said that bitch crazy. Like, and that was it. You were just crazy, man. I always said, "Yeah, I'm crazy." I cop to it all the time. I have never said any different. I don't mind being crazy because I'm working on it. Yeah, it's the people who are crazy and just keep getting crazier and won't admit that they're crazy. They got a problem. Like if you have anger issues and you're working on it, good. Doesn't stop you from having the anger issues, but you're working on it. I'm proud of you. Like me, I have a lot of self-harm issues, but I'm working on it. Like I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't, but I'm perfectly content to hurt myself because I know I'll hurt me before I'll hurt somebody else. Crazy is running around naked and fighting your imaginary friend. Oh, that's just a good Saturday night. Come on. You know better. 357. You know better. Don't even. Don't act like that's not a great time. Running around naked and fighting your imaginary friend. That's just a freaking like trip on acid. But it's like I love to laugh. I love to make other people laugh. And yet I get so frustrated when I can't talk about uh, what's bothering me, aka college life, aka all life. Crazy is people who think that everyone else and it's everyone else and not them. Yeah, that's insane. And that's extremely narcissistic. People who won't cop to their problems and blame it on everybody else, that's narcissism. Um, I know that some people say it's like a catch all phrase now. It's honestly not. Narcissism has only been really being examined for the past like 40, possibly 50 years. But it really became like a term in the 80s that psychiatrists and psychologists started talking about because they always it got lumped into different categories. But now there's such a prevalence of it because we're aware of it. It's not being subcategorized anymore. Now it's a condition in and of itself because people have evolved. Psychology has evolved. Yes, our understanding of it has evolved, but people have become more complex. They aren't living simple lives like they were before. They aren't living in little villages and little towns and little communities. They're living in a broader world. They have more options. There's more out there, there's more information. And with more information gives them more time to think about things and look into things and, have different ways to communicate with multitudes of people. So people have evolved socially, and narcissism is the most prevalent thing because we have secluded ourselves. We have made our worlds small and handheld. We walk around literally connected to information and people 24 fucking 7, even in our sleep. You wake up, what's the first thing you usually do? You check your phone to see if something happened while you were asleep. We didn't do that before. You just went to sleep. You didn't sit with your phone on chargers paying all this extra, electric. We do now. Narcissism is an epidemic on display. I don't know. I think people misuse the term narcissism and are too quick to label it that. Well, see, that's the thing. Narcissism, it's become this living, breathing thing. And like I did one video on it. There's a difference between being narcissistic and, being a narcissist. A narcissist is generally somebody who does the same pattern over and over and over. They find somebody, they latch onto them, they love bomb them, then they gaslight them, they talk to them and they get to know everything about them, then they use what they know about them. My volume's going up and down. It's because I was sitting back. Um, they get to know them and then they use that information to to manipulate them into doing everything they need them to do. Elephant said society has become very self-absorbed. Yes. Instead of finding out why someone does something, automatically people label people that. Yeah, and that's because it really is a lot of narcissism, and it's something that was so um, misunderstood before because it was only an attribute, and now it's an actual condition. Again, because we went from living in a larger world to living in our phones, to staying home so that we don't miss out on conversations with people we can't see. People who are not near us, we prefer to have these conversations. We engage constantly. Whenever the mood strikes, you just log on and your needs are being fed. It might not be met, but they're being fed. And that's what keeps you going back. It keeps you returning because everybody has an addiction. Everybody has a craving for something. And a lot of people can get their cravings fulfilled online. Uh, Winning said it's a cycle of abuse that I talk about on my show, Unveiling Reality. It's true. He does talk about it many, many times. Elephant said it's a pattern and not just a one time thing, though. No, that's true. It's a pattern. These are people, like I said, they repeat it their entire life. They find somebody, they latch onto them, they love bomb them, then the problems start, and then they start to gaslight them. I never said that. You didn't. You misunderstood. Da, da, da. They rewrite history. They rewrite conversations. It doesn't matter if you have it, on video. It doesn't matter if it's recorded, if it's typed out. It doesn't matter how many receipts you have. These are the types of people who will deny everything or distract with some other point. And they get more and more aggressive the more they lose you. Um, they get meaner when they think you're pulling away. Uh, they like to paint you with a brush that they use for everybody else who ever hurt them in life, and now they're the victim. And so they'll do whatever they have to make sure that you're pushed down and that everybody's, oh, you poor thing, you're such a great person, oh, da, 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 so that they get all the consolation. And they start over. As soon as that's over, they start over. And the cycle abuse on my side is, like I said before, the familiarity. It's a trauma bond. It's okay. I've been abused like this before. I am comfortable with this kind of pain because I know how to deal with it. I know how to deal with these kind of people. And I've survived it before. I can survive it again. Okay. That's a trauma bond. This is not good for me. I know it's not good for me, but I've been here before. I made it then, I'll make it now. You don't think that things are going to go badly. You don't think that it can really it's going to be different this time. It feels different this time. One little thing is different. Oh, it's going to be different. It's going to be different. It's the rigged game. It absolutely is the rigged game because you get to that point when you go through that cycle of abuse over and over and over that you don't see it when you're in it and you're satisfied with less and less and less to the point where you just beg for just any type of affection or anything true from anybody. You're just like, just somebody just give two shits. Anybody. And you cling to that. You'll eat that up like it's a 8-course meal, 10-course meal, 30-course meal. I try to look at people's patterns and not just how they are once, since we all have a bad day. Absolutely. If someone has a pattern, then yes, definitely they are. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, we all have bad days. Hell, I have bad weeks. I've had bad months. But I'm also the first one to tell you I'm having a bad week. Like I'm very low or I have no patience or like I'm finding it really really hard to people this week. I've never just said, "No, I'm great. I'm good. Let's do this." Whatever. I say, once I got to know somebody, once I trusted them, I'd be like, I'm not my best today. Like, I don't know what you want from me today, but you're gonna have to tell me because I got nothing. Like, I have nothing to give, nothing to say. Like, tell me what you want so I can, da 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 da. I can come up with it. I could do the dog and pony show as long as I know what the hell you want from me. But if I don't know what you want from me, then I got nothing. Some days I can do it on the fly, and some days I just can't. There are days where I have nothing left for anybody, where it physically hurts me just to say hi. Some days it's really that bad. And then there are days where I'm like, where are all the people? Where are the people at? I want to talk to people. People, 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 people. And I'm just sitting there just happy and just like, oh, come on and whatever. I'm always better when somebody else needs me to be better. If it's for me. But if I have to like rise to the occasion for somebody else, oh, you bet your ass I'm going to do that because I hate letting people down. I hate it. Uh, Wolf said the tough thing is it can take months to see the pattern. It's true. And then you love people and you're just like, what the hell happened? Really fun at Wolf Kinder. That's part of getting to know someone though, and not just a shallow relationship. And that's the thing because it takes a while to get to know somebody. And then once you get to know them, if they disappoint you or they're different or you found out that they were able to fool you or lie to you or whatever, you're more reluctant to trust somebody. I have this horrible thing about me where I keep trusting people because I keep thinking that they're good. People are good, right? Not everybody's out to hurt you. Most people that are out to hurt you, they show it by being assholes, right? They show it by having a shitty attitude, but they don't. I do threat assessment face to face. It's very hard to do in a parasocial environment. Face to face, I will assess you from head to toe. I will watch how you move. I will watch how you talk. I will watch what your eyes are doing while you're talking. I will watch what your hands are doing as you're communicating. I will look for every red flag. I will look for every tell, and I will break you down and memorize it all. But you can't do that online. Another fun said, my best girlfriend that I've known for decades, and I still get to know things about her. Real and good friendships, relationships take time. Oh, yeah. Christine and I, we always find stuff to talk about. We've been friends since we're 18. Tommy, yeah. I'm stuck at home and he's stuck in jail. But when we do talk on the phone, it's always something new. I mean, he likes to do a lot of that. Hey, remember when? Whatever. 357 Sig said 50% asshole, 50% nice guy. See, I don't go that far. I'm 49% asshole, 51% sweetheart. You don't want to push that because I can flip that script real quick. Real quick. Um, you never want to push me in the other direction. And it's surprising what pushes me in that direction. Things that you think would piss me off don't. Other things piss me off. I don't care what people say. I don't care what they do. I don't care. You talk all the shit you want. I know who I am. I know what I've done. And I know what you've done. But I don't need to put it all out there. That's the difference. Um, I get angry at how to describe this. I get angry at inconsiderate people. I get angry when people don't appreciate what they have. I get angry when people lie right to my face. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. I know you're lying. I know you're full of shit. Don't talk to me like you don't know that I know. Let's not go down. Don't insult my intelligence. That'll piss me off. You want to turn around and double talk and whatever? Go ahead, knock yourself out. I don't care. I really don't. The same way I existed with people in my life, before they came along, I'll exist when they're gone. Be right back. I'm hangry. I'm hangry too. There ain't shit to eat. As much as I buy for this house, Suzanne, you made it. Yeah, as much as I buy for this house, there's never anything for me to fucking eat. 57. I'm pretty patient and ignore a lot of shit, but once it crosses the line, it goes bad real quick. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'm very people think that I have a terrible temper and I'm so angry. That's not me angry. That's me losing my patience. Migraine, yeah, I figured. I didn't want to bother you because I figured for you to be sleeping, you have to be feeling it. Uh, I figured you'd hit me up when you woke up anyway. I hope you feel better. Um, what was I gonna say? I was saying something. I can't remember what it was. Oh God. No, but what were we talking about? Let me scroll back. Oh, ignore it. Yeah, no, like I said, like inconsiderate shit, rudeness that aggravates me to no end. Manners are free. Everybody should use them. Better living through chemistry. Yeah, well, I've been trying that all morning, and there was just some stuff I had to get out. And I want to do more streams about mental illness so that people can ask questions. I want you guys to do that. Ask me questions. Tell me what you're interested in me looking up so that I could do some research on some stuff. We're gonna talk about anxiety. Like I have weird anxiety. I have procrastination anxiety. Like not that I'm afraid of putting things off. I'm afraid of doing them right then and there. So I put everything off now. Only time I'm not patient is when people are disrespectful to my mother or another lady in front of me. I will get physical real quick. Don't tolerate nerds talking about mama. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. I've always been a nerd. Push comes to shove, I'm a geek too because I will happily do math problems. It's weird. I love math. Um, but yeah, no, I'll geek out over Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. I will sit there and play 80 games of Scrabble. Suzanne said, I told my kid, I don't give a fuck what you do in real life, but use your manners. That's absolutely right. I taught all my kindergarten kids every year, I would tell them, no, manners are free. You're going to use them because parents don't teach manners anymore, apparently. Not over here. Kid would come in and be like, give me that. Excuse you. Number one, we don't use that tone ever. Number two, please. You say please. I have a name. You will use my name the same way I use yours. And you will say please. And when you get it, if you get it, you will say thank you. And you get what you get and you don't get upset. And I wanted to tell them now go sit the fuck down before I fucking lose my shit. But it was always like, okay, okay. Go sit down, crisscross applesauce. Like, I can put that persona on for the kids. I can do that. I did that most mornings for the wake up show because it's like, hey, like, because nobody wants to listen to you when you're all man. So on my worst, days was when I was my raunchiest because I fall back on that. That's if you've ever seen Robin Williams do improv where he just takes off and he's crazy and you don't know what the fuck he's going to do in person, that's me. Like, you don't know what I'm gonna do, you don't know what I'm gonna say. You don't know if I'm gonna grab this or grab you or flash this or, whatever. Like, but it'll be funny no matter what it is. It'll always be funny. Might be highly, wildly inappropriate, but that's okay. That's what HR is for. Like, they could always just make me watch another training video. One kid said, "Cool. So when I rob a bank, I'll say, 'Hand you money, please. Hand me the money, please.'" Yes. There's no reason to be rude. You could rob a bank and be completely nice about it. Be like, "Excuse me, ma'am. Please don't be nervous. Would you put the money in the bag?" And I mean, not for nothing, but who uses like cash anymore? I love cash, but it don't love me, apparently. It stays away from me. HR has a migraine. HR is a migraine, okay? I always hated dealing with HR, especially in my old company, because she was a piece of work. But yeah, we didn't really deal with HR so much in school. We had to deal with the principal. And since my principal was always inappropriately screwing mothers behind people's backs, then, anything I did was pretty much better than what he did. Um, Cash is king. Cash is wonderful until they tell me that you have all that cash. It means nothing. Don't make me write you up. Oh, please. My principal never wrote me up. All I had to do was scratch him on like his back, like on his shoulder blade, and his fucking leg would twitch. And he'd just stand there. He'd be like, "Would you stop that?" I'm like, "It's so funny. You're like a dog. I scratch here and your leg goes." So funny. Wolfkinder. Oh, I was computer network admin for school district. Girl picked up cheese crackers from my desk. I said, "That's from my lunch." She said, "I wanted it." When she handed them back to me. Okay. Did you like lose your shit? I dropped them in the trash when she said, "Why did you do that?" I said, "I don't know where your hands have been." That you're absolutely right. These young ones are nasty. So nasty. God. Suzanne. Oh yeah, I caught the principal doing that. I'm friends with his wife. Big man turned pussy bitch after that. Yeah, they usually do. Really fun. I was about to ask if the principal was a dog. They're all dogs. Every fucking one of them. Every one of them. I swear to God, like, ugh. I mean, of course, now that I'm older, I'm kind of glad I hit that nun. She had it coming. But no, my principal, I went to high school with my principal. So I knew him when he was a badass kid, and I knew him when he was a badass adult. And he was worse as an adult than he ever was as a kid. That's why I homeschool. Yep, I homeschool my son now. He's all about the life lessons. That's what we do. For the most part, he goes on and he does like his math and whatever. And I don't even have to check it because he'll just tell me what his scores are. And it's like, okay, I can check. I know. Well, he doesn't bother lying to me because I'll just look it up. But I enjoy having him home. I enjoy being home with the two of them. But I wish we had a place to go. Like I would love, 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 love a fire pit. Oh, you hit a nun? Yeah, I hit a nun. I can't. I didn't mean to. Okay, like not that big a deal. She grabbed me. I turned. I didn't see a nun. I saw my father in front of me, and I freaked out and I punched, and she went flying. She was a flying nun. I knew it was her when she landed, and the books fell on her head. She was knocked out. I did knock her out in one shot. Why? Oh my God, T3, check your DMs. Oh Lord. Am I going to get in trouble? Oh. Oh, well. I'm going to keep that to myself, but that's an interesting turn of events. Ooh. Run. Well, from what I've heard, a lot of nuns deserve it. She did deserve it, Ellie. I swear to God, she did. She was always messing with me. Love to give me freaking tardy slips. Oh my God. She would keep me outside, bitching at me until the bell rang and then go, haha, you're late. That's detention. I was like, ah. So it was like, whatever. That's detention. I'm going to the library. Well, at least you read. Yeah, you know what's in the library? A door that goes into the courtyard that nobody uses, that goes into the back street, Hudson Street, where you could just walk out. And it was, you know what was on the way to the library? My locker. I just stop at my locker, get my stuff, walk to the library, go right out the back door and go home. I don't give a fuck. And then one day I went to the library and I was arguing with somebody, and this was the year that I was getting beat up like every fucking day from girls. And this bitch grabbed me and she grabbed my arm and flung me around to face her. And I lost it. I just, boom! And that was it. She flew. My hubby had nuns rub their tits in his face in school. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Evil. Nobody's evil. You're freaking out, Suzanne? I mean, well, it's a lot. I can't wait to talk to you about it. Um, Winning homeschool here too. It's 50% private online school to satisfy the government. 50% winning fatherhood education to take on the world. Aw, you're a good dad. You're a good guy. I keep waiting to see what's going to come out of the shadows, but yeah, you're good. Wolfkinder, I was a Lutheran kid in Catholic school for 3 years. Confused them all with my question. I homeschooled my kids for years. I had a teacher up my arm with this giant fake nail. I had a teacher cut up my arm with her giant fake nails. My mom had a fit the next year. She was not at the school. I had there we go. Oh, see, I didn't know that you rewrote it. I went back and rewrote it. At Wolfkinder, my husband was a Presbyterian in Catholic school. Every time they asked him to join, he said no. I had my friend Malik. He was Baptist, and so he didn't, partake in like whatever religious things we did. But he went and he knew everything. But he was one of 2 black kids in my entire school. T3 after 43 years. What the fuck? Hey, you don't know. Sometimes they finally wake up. I'll post. Sorry, I can't write. Sure, you can. Listen, 43 years, some learn really slow. I know a lot that they need more than 43 years. Oh, hell no. If I came home with marks from a teacher ever, my mom would be in prison. Yep. I got out of square dancing in middle school by saying it was against my religion. You're such an ass nerd. Oh my God. It's against your religion. That's all right. I got out of gym for a year by saying I had my period every week. I didn't even get my period yet. I'm like, they didn't know that. Like, what the hell? You say period to a male gym teacher in the 80s, they were like, la 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 la. They didn't want to hear nothing. They were like, what a go. Yeah, you're fine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Like, go away. Oh, I have cramps. We were just making shit up. We got to high school, they were like, we don't care. You're gonna do it no matter what. It's like crap. That's how I learned to be a secretary. Because if you did that kind of stuff, you didn't have to take gym. I hated gym. We had to walk like 10 blocks to the gym that we used because my school didn't have a gym when I went to Catholic school. When I went to public school, we had a gym. This same teacher and my mom hated each other because my mom had the audacity to ask her what her qualifications were to teach a student with my needs. Been there. Wolfkinder, I had several spiritual experiences in Catholic. First time I left my body was during a Stations of the Cross. I floated above my class and the priest up with a cloud of incense. Nice. I'm gonna buy me a pair of running shoes today. Girl, you better. You better. Outpost nerd. I got out of gym and got extra band class because I had knee surgery. Okay, that's a little extreme to get out of gym class. I mean, come on. I'm not going to go have knee surgery just to get out of gym class. I mean, that's a you thing to do. And yes, I know you're kidding. Well, I know you're serious, but I'm kidding. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. It's not bad. Um, talking treasures. Oh, and the teacher went to the principal saying my mom attacked her by asking her that. Oh, she hurt her fifis. No. I never got out of gym class. Oh, honey. I got out all the time. I hated gym class. Oh my god. In grammar school it wasn't so bad, but in high school, ugh, the running. I hate to run. Hate it. At least in grammar school, I was always, we were always playing sports. It was first to do the calisthenics. Hold your feet up, hold your legs up, open, close, open, close, open, close. It was like getting ready for sex. I was in marching band, so I didn't have to have gym in high school. Oh, shut up. I was not gonna join band to get out of gym. That's like, okay, I'm giving up sweating here to go sweat somewhere else. Nah, I was good. It was all right. Mm-mm. I didn't even like cheering in high school. It was terrible. It was no fun. But I liked playing sports. I did like it in grammar school. I enjoyed being the hockey goalie. I enjoyed being soccer goalie. I enjoyed being the pitcher whenever we played baseball. Basketball, I was very good at basketball. I just wasn't fast. My aim was amazing, but I wasn't fast because I was so goddamn short. But I have a really, really good arm. So, I mean, I used to do a lot of side shots. We weren't allowed to use the showers. Neither were we. Oh my goodness. We had to like one, two, three. The only people that could use the showers were the swim team or if the softball team came back like after class. And even that, they were encouraged to go home and shower. Did you play dodgeball? Hell yes. And I can hear the sound of those balls hitting somebody in the face. That bing that you hear that it's got that resonance. Oh, I used to love it. That's a sound you could always identify over any other. And it was always the same kind of like dodgeballs. Y'all had those like weird red, yellow, and like orange and green ones, right? That had like the little like diamond kind of teeny tiny like diamond pattern or whatever. Elephant said, I can hear you pegging people. The hell you can. Only one person knows what that sounds like. Other than me. Oh, poor Katie's father. I was the highlight of his life. Um, yeah. Don't let Nick hear you say that you could hear me pegging people. They were like, nope, nope, not jelly, nope. I got lucky one year in high school and had a gym teacher who introduced us to yoga and meditation. Yeah, no, ours were just like, all right, 30 laps. Like, you want us to run around the track 30 times? That'll take the whole friggin' thing. Yeah, well, I don't want to teach today. Great. That's just great. So I get to run for 45 minutes. The one thing I hate. Awesome. 357. What a sound that must be. No, let's not clip that. It sounds like a violent pegging. Well, if you don't like him, and I didn't. I did not like him. And the deal was you first. So we never made it to me. Yay. Wolfkinder, we had that teacher. She made the day fun. Yeah. Um, I didn't have those teachers. I didn't have fun teachers. I always had mean teachers. The only fun teacher I ever had was Ms. LeBruno, and she was the math teacher in the all girls Catholic high school that I went to. And she was just so energetic. And she wrote everything on the board and she would run back and forth. She'd be like, all right, girls, all right, we can do this. All right. We started every freaking class with the serenity prayer. I did not know that was an alcoholic's prayer, but whatever. We said it every single time we started class. And I would sit there and she would teach and all right, girls, come up here and let's do this. And we'd go up and she like everything was so energetic and like she was so, yes, like, yes, you're getting it. Yes, you're doing it. She was so encouraging that I loved going to her class. And the thing was like she figured out in the first month that she came over, she was like, do you do your homework at home? I was like, no, I do it in class. Well, she was like, but I give a lot of homework. I was like, yeah, but it's easy. It's easy. Can you stay and talk to me after school? I was like, yeah, all right. I was like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. Nope. She just thought that I was bored. And so she put me in the back of the room, just like they did in grammar school. Gave me the textbook and said, just work through it. And if you have a question, just put your hand up and I'll come back here. I was like, but then like you're teaching them, but I'm not getting it. She's like, oh no, you'll still be involved. She's like, you're still going to take tests with them and whatever. She was like, but I want to see how far we can push you. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, they pushed me so far that I did 5 years of math in 4 years of high school. I did 5 years of science in 4 years of high school. 5 years of language in 4 years of high school. So I mean, I did a lot of summer school for extra credit because I was that girl. I was that much of a nerd. Middle school teachers were either butch lesbians or closet gay men. Yeah, we didn't have middle school because I went to Catholic school. So I went K through 8 and then 9 through 12. Just two schools. If I hadn't hit the nun, I would have graduated from Sacred Heart with the rest of my catty horrible class. But no, I hit the nun, so I had to go. So I went to public school. And for a year and a half, I had the best time. And I met people who I'm still friends with. I'm not friends with anybody that I went to Catholic school with. None of them. Not one. Um, I had a teacher for social studies, and every Friday we would play the weakest link in class because she wore a long black coat and looked exactly like the host. Serenity prayer is a good prayer. It is. Sounds like the teacher was drunk trying to not kill a child. She didn't have any addictions. She wasn't like recovering from anything. She wasn't like a rehab wonder story or anything. She just really liked that prayer. And she had started saying it when her sister went to the hospital when she was younger, because apparently her sister had cancer very, very badly. And she lost all her hair when she was a kid. And I didn't know that her sister was the lunch lady. And I started putting it together when she was like, yeah, my sister lost all her hair. And, we buy her like all these nice wigs, and she always wears this one horrible wig that she just loves. And I was like, and it sounded so familiar. And then we went to lunch, and I was like, "Ah." And like I introduced myself to the lunch lady because I knew her, I talked to her, but I didn't know who she was related to. And I took my sandwich from her, handed her my money, and I whispered, I said, by chance, are you Ms. Labruno's sister? She's like, oh my god, how did you know that? I was like, oh, it's just a wild guess. You guys look alike. And she was like, oh my god, thank you. That was her sister. And I was like, okay, be nice. But yeah, they're just, and then I knew who she was related to. And then I was like, oh, I grew up on 6th and Grand, and I was right around the corner from um Joe Caparino's store, and because she was related to Caparino, and it's like, all right, and then she was related to the old mayor, and I was like, yeah, he married my mother and my stepfather, so that's one of the things about Hoboken. You meet somebody and you go, "Oh, do you know such and such?" Oh yeah, they married my cousins or whatever, and they performed this ceremony, or yeah, I got my car from there, or yeah, they used to park in the parking lot in the station. There's always a story behind everybody. Oh, I met them here. I met there. You never say, "Oh, you know this person?" No, I don't know them. They're from Hoboken. No, you know everybody. Like, everybody. If they're a yuppie or whatever, yeah, I don't know them. But if they're Hoboken B&R, born and raised, I know them. And if I don't know them, they know me. So it's like, all right. If they don't know me by name, they know me by assignation. You know who that is. It's Hank's granddaughter from the gas station. Oh, Tommy's niece. Yeah, Marianne's daughter. Katie's mother. Connor's mother. Oh, it's Marty's kindergarten teacher, the one that does that all the like the fundraising and everything. That one. Yeah, that's me. Sandler and Farley, two of the best SNL ever had. Yeah, the Lunch Lady song. Oh my god. I gotta go back. Wait, Wolfkinder. Hitting the nun story sounds like a PTSD reaction. I'm diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Oh yeah, I have. Now they call it CPSD, complex, because apparently I don't have just regular PTSD alone. Because why would I? Um, I have complex because it's so many different areas. I guess you would say. Like I have physical PTSD. I have domestic assault PTSD. I have grape PTSD. I have child molestation PTSD. I have all sorts of things. For the most part, they don't bother me much. Um, the stuff with my father that can that'll send me into a different place. Um, if I see I don't know what they call them. They're like the sunlights that are in like the vans and the Chevy vans that used to have like the it was that little square on top that would open up just to let like a breeze in or whatever. Sometimes there would be an exhaust fan. Sometimes it was just a screen, but there was always like a handle to like like you turn the handle. It's so hard. It's so hard to describe to people who are younger than our generation because they don't know what the car windows were like. So it's hard to even describe anything that's not electric. Because now they push a button, this closes, that closes. No, we had to like manually do it. We had like like the handle that you had to go around and around and around. And that was the way you told people, roll it down. You do the thing, roll it down, roll it down. Like, okay, this thing you did the handle and it would open up on one side and it was hinged on the other. Anytime I see something like that, I lose my shit for different reasons. But yeah, that's a trigger I'm working on because that was one I didn't know I had until it happened and I flipped out. Because I can be transported back to being 3 years old in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, like not a day has passed, and I will react like I'm 3 years old because I'm stuck in that place, and it's not a good way to live. It's really not. But we're working on that. The same way I work through everything else, I'll work through this. Um, it doesn't hurt, but it does. I don't know. I still feel ashamed. I shouldn't, but I do. Went to a Christian school, a lot of student teacher stuff going on, as well as coach athlete. Just didn't pay attention at the time. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I went to an all girls Catholic school, and he was all about me. And there wasn't even like a chance for anybody else. Like he said he met me the very first day, and there was just something about me. And when he met me, I was 15. Yeah, yeah, I was I wasn't yeah, I had just turned 15 and he met me um in September. So, yeah. I mean, nothing happened between us for a, a year, almost a year, almost a year. Yeah. At the end of my sophomore year, um that's when he started like laying the groundwork because that's when I went to summer school. So I saw him during summer school. And yeah, he made the most of, you know, time together. The local Christian school was for kids who either went to church or were too bad for public schools. I went to church, but I went to the church, but not the school, and would catch shit from the other kids in church. Of course, because having a Christian heart or a Catholic heart or whatever, that never happens. These are just people that go to church just to say they went to church. Funny how religious schools work. My mom worked at the school, and part of the contract was your children had to attend. Oh, my mother, I attended, but part of the deal of me attending was if they needed a teacher's aide or a substitute teacher, like our parents had to be available. So my grandmother, many, many times when I was little, she would be the teacher's aide for the day, or she would be a substitute teacher. And it was like, oh, good God. And she never left the house. So it was like for her to just show up at my school because they'd call her and be like, hey, Kate, can you come in? We got this class. You'll be right near Michelle. Oh, all right. I remember two teachers. My grade 5 teacher taught me an appreciation of all music. And grade 7 had me hooked on archaeology. There you go, Suzanne. Outpost. See down here, you have to watch out when looking for a date because they might be related. Everybody here is your cousin. Everybody. Until you date them, then they're not your cousin. But if you break up, they're your cousin again. Archaeology was awesome. Plus, we had the most off campus field trips. Good times. We didn't have anything fun like that. My principal in Catholic school, grade 2, I remember to this day, he would take the strap to me and my cousin until my pops found out. Oh my goodness. Outpost, I hear you, but the original SNL cast was my Saturday night. Oh yeah, Eddie Murphy, uh, Dana Carvey, um, God, um, not Madeline Kahn, Gilda Radner. I love Gilda Radner. Love her. I miss her. Sunroof. It Kinda. I guess it's not the retractable sunroof. It's remember the old Chevy vans? They would all have that white or black plastic top in the middle of the roof, and you would, unwind it and it would open halfway and you'd get a breeze in the back because there was no air conditioning back there and you couldn't open the windows. That's that all there was. But yeah, it's not a good thing for me to say. It's not even good for me to think about. I'm thinking way too much about it. My ex-wife is about the only one who can push my buttons. There you go. I'm working on that though. I get pretty damn good. Pretending she doesn't exist. There you go, 357. My ex-husband's really good at pushing my buttons. All my exes are. Um, the one who's best at it is probably Billy. The one who knows all my buttons though is Tommy. He just won't push them because he's not that dumb. Billy used to like to push my buttons just to see what I do. He'd be like, "Let's see what we can make her do today." And I was like, "Mm." It was like, "Do you want to fight?" "Yeah." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "Why?" "Because I want to have angry sex later." "Okay." As long as I knew what the goal was, I knew how angry to get. So if we were going to have angry sex, that meant he wanted to get angry. He didn't want me to get angry. He wanted to get angry and he wanted to have like angry sex. I just had to play along. Because if he wanted me angry, we weren't having angry sex. We were having hate sex. Because I would have hated him at that point if I jumped in with my temper. No. So, like, if you want to just fight and you don't want me to fight, you got to tell me that. You got to be like, listen, I need to yell and I need somebody who's going to, like, not take my shit, but not, like, kick my ass. Okay. As long as I know what you expect from me. Um, Wolfkinder, up until the 2000s, every SNL group had so many greats, other than Kenan Thompson. That show sucks. The manual car window handles, God. What about TVs that had the rabbit ears? What about when you had to put the tinfoil on the rabbit ears because one of them like either wouldn't stay in place or whatever? And then if you got it right and then you let go and suddenly they couldn't see, you were now their living antenna. You're gonna stand there for the whole half hour and just hold on to that shit. And you better hope it's not a football game or a fight because you're gonna be standing there 3, 4 hours at least. Go get a chair. Hope it ain't metal. Like, oh my god. Back in my day, we used the handle to roll our windows down. Yes, we did. We used the handle to roll the window down and roll it back up. We also had like little, like, that's how you knew when somebody really liked you. Because if you went on a date with a guy and you were going to get in the car, first of all, if he didn't open your door, there was something wrong. But sometimes he couldn't because maybe you guys were running and it's cold and he didn't have keys or whatever, like for yours. I don't know. Whatever reason, he jumped in the driver's side and you would wait to see if they were going to lean over and, you know, unlock your door for you. Because that was always the sweetest thing. It was you didn't want to stand there and wait. You wanted it to be unlocked by the time you got there. It was a quickness thing. So I mean, I don't know. I was always trained as soon as I got into the driver's side, I just reached over and boom, like popped it open. Because we didn't have electric car locks. We did everything by hand. God, that was fun. Ellie Fudd said, "I know I'm not that young." Oh, you're young at heart, baby, and you're still gorgeous. I remember having a TV where you had to get up to turn the channel. Yep, yep, yep. I'm old enough to know about the rabbit ears. I only know about all that, even though because even into the 2000s, my grandparents refused to upgrade their TV. Well, we always had the console TV that didn't work anymore that sat on the floor, and then the TV on top of it that worked. And it was like, okay, because God forbid you get rid of the furniture. Oh, we could get it fixed one day. TVs are not going to be this big anymore. They're really not. Oh yeah, they are. No, they're not. When the antenna was a hanger with tinfoil and the kids with the remote control. Absolutely. I was telling somebody the other day that when the doorbell rang, there was nobody got up to get the doorbell. They just they had me. So they assumed from the moment I could reach the bell that I would answer the door. So if somebody rang the bell, nobody moved. All you heard was Michelle, the door. Like I didn't hear the freaking biggest ding ding. I mean, our friggin' bell was loud, and then you had the damn dog as soon as the freaking bell would go off. Although most of the time she heard them outside, like as soon as they hit the gate. As soon as you heard that, she oh son of a bitch, somebody's here. Same thing with the phone. We didn't have cordless phones. We had the phone on the wall. Who had to go get that? Me. Didn't matter what I was doing. Didn't matter where I was. I could be in the middle of a dead sleep. Doesn't matter. Get up, get up, get up. You got to answer the phone. You got to answer the phone by the third ring. It was like, really? By the third? Okay. The same way my mother didn't like paying for the phone calls from where she lived because she lived out where Joe Neerman lives. And she would call the house, call my grandmother's house in Hoboken, let it ring once and hang up. And I'd come running out to answer the phone by the third ring, and it would be just 1 second. Oh, it's mommy. I'd have to call her back. Uh, Now Google can roll down your windows and change your TV channels and drive your car. My, how times have changed. Yeah. Why upgrade if it ain't broke? Absolutely. Because the service was phased out. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do it out. Yep. I didn't get gifts whenever I wanted something. There was no, oh yeah, I want this, I want that, I want that, and getting it every week. No. No. Like I got to buy clothes whenever I wanted them. Because, why not? But other stuff, no, you waited for your birthday or Christmas. And if you didn't get it, oh well. There's always next year. My mom worked in the school system, and my teachers hated dealing with her because their usual tricks wouldn't work on her. Yep, that's why they hated me. Because I'd walk in and go, okay, whatever you're thinking of telling me, fucking don't. Like, I know the bullshit you tell parents, and that shit ain't gonna work with me. Yeah, my ex has known me since first grade, so not a lot she doesn't know about. Oh, I know 357. Believe me, I'm well acquainted with people who know every single thing about you. You do that with someone, Shelley, they'll use what you say against you later on. That happens to me. Oh yeah. No, and that's the thing. Like I live so open. People think they have these like gotcha moments for me. And it's like, no, because I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever said or done. So you want to tell people anything? Go ahead. I don't care. I'll admit to what's right and I'll say you're lying when it's a lie. So, oh well. T3, cross your fingers for me. Today is the raffle draw. I know for an entire butchered steer. I want to win so I could donate a quarter to the local food bank. I think that's amazing. I would love for you to win. Everybody, put your positive thoughts towards Suzanne winning that steer, butchered steer, because that's important. Because you don't want her to wind up with a whole freaking cow. Although you wouldn't have needed the lawnmower. The old human antenna trick. Yep. My cousin and I were the last children in Canada to ever be strapped. They outlawed after that. My pops and uncle turned that bastard principal, but good. I kind of miss rotary phones. I'm Wolfkinder. Have a good day, folks. This was fun. Glad I stopped in. I'm glad you stopped by too. I miss you guys. I'll see you later, Wolfie. Um, I miss rotary phones. You know why I miss the heavy phone. I don't know. It's just it was so much more personal. First of all, you never missed a word that they said because those phones were always loud as hell. You never missed a phone call because do you remember that ring? Oh my lord, it was loud. You could kill somebody with one of those phones. But they were so satisfying. Because when you were pissed, you hung that phone up and it went clang. And you know that they heard it on the other side because they jumped back and be like, oh my God, because it hurt their ear. That was satisfying. Hanging up on people was so satisfying. Now you're like, you know what? Well, screw you. Off. Stop. Like that, and it's glass, so you got to be careful. You can't even like rage stomp, like because you're afraid you're gonna break your damn screen. But wow, we used to hang that shit up, clang. Everybody in the house knew you were pissed off, and everybody in their house knew you were pissed off because they heard it because you could hear that shit because it was loud. I miss coming home and my grandmother would be like, uh, get ready for dinner. We're having dinner in 10 minutes. By the way, so and so called, so and so called, and so and so called. This one said she'll meet you this time. This one said this, and this one said call her back. Okay. And then you could choose, what to do depending on what you want to do. Nobody knew where you were. If they called your house and you didn't want to talk to them, you could just hand your parent the phone and be like, I'm not here. My grandmother wouldn't lie. So if I said, tell them I stepped out, I would literally walk out the front door and go sit on the vestibule for like 5 minutes. I'd just be like, oh my God, she just stepped out. I don't know when she's coming back. Because both things were true. Didn't matter that I stepped out so I wouldn't have to talk to that person. But it was if I knew who was calling. That was once we got caller ID. That was fancy. But before, when you didn't have caller ID, it was Russian roulette, the phone. Oh my goodness. Phone would ring and be like, oh, who's on the other end? You never knew. You'd pick up, be like, hello. And you always had to answer nice because you never knew who it was. And then whoever was in the house would know who it was by the way you actually answered. Be like, hello. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Pop, it's for you. Uncle Tom, it's for you. And my grandmother, if ever she heard me say, Ay, ¿cómo estai? ¿Cómo estai? She knew that it was somebody from Italy. So it was usually Grazio. Elephant. I gotta get going, Shelly. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Oh, well, thanks for stopping in, honey. I wanted, I just wanted to talk a bit. Elephant, true story. That's how my last phone died. I mean, yeah, because we all get like, "Ah," and you want to rage, hang up, and it's not good to do with these phones. Um, yeah, I asked my dad if we could get a TV with remote and automatic dishwasher. He said we already have both those things. You're the TV remote. I said, what about the automatic dishwasher? He said, we have an automatic dishwasher. I said, no, Dad. When you plug in, he said, right, I plug my belt into your backside and dishes are automatically done. Yep, yep. That's how it goes. I know it sucks you can't do angry hangups anymore. You can't do like really fun prank calls either. That's why I bought a small canned air horn. If I can't slam the receiver down, I'll blast your eardrums. Nice, Susie. I actually have one of those in the other room. I gotta find it. But yeah, I tend to not bring it out because I'll use it. Cat, what are you doing? Psst, stop it. You must have thrown a treat on the damn bed. Go ahead, throw it. My daughter's sitting here feeding the cats treats, and it's just like one insists on like running long for it. So she's got to like throw it like, she's friggin' Manning. And the other one sits in front of her, just grabbing her hand, like, bring it right to me. Right to me. I want it fed right by my hand. By your hand. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Do you hear her gasping? That's her freaking laughing. Unbelievable. Shh. Oh my goodness. Ah. Zuckerberg versus Musk is getting heated. Elon just called Zuckerberg a cock. Did he really? That's hilarious. I'll keep this running so you get the watch hours. Oh, thank you very much, but I can't hear anything. That's all right. I'm not going to be on that much longer. Called Zuckerberg a cuck. That's hilarious. So what? Maybe he didn't like that one. God, these kids called Zuckerberg. A cuck. He is a cuck. My money's on Elon for the win. Hell yeah. I love me some daddy Elon. Ellie said, damn it, Zuck is a cuck. Zuck the cuck. Elon is right. Okay, now I gotta go. You're too funny. Have a great day, Ellie. That's from me and Suzanne. Um, I know this was supposed to all be about all mental health, and this is part of my mental health regime. um, I just I feel better when I talk to you guys. I get very nervous before I go on live by myself. I I don't know. I always felt like I was doing it alone anyway, but I enjoy having somebody there, somebody to just have a conversation with, to talk shit out with, to get their opinions because not everybody um feels comfortable talking in chat. Caller ID. I was the caller ID. Oh yeah. Elon has weight behind him, but Zuck has supposedly been training for years. Zuckerberg is retarded. he's just he's dude. No, like I can't with him. I've never liked. I just don't like his face. I don't know what it is. He's just got one of those punchable faces. I know he's a millionaire or billionaire, whatever the hell he is, but he's just got a punchable face. There's no way he wasn't beat up as a kid. He probably got bullied all the freaking time. And if he says he didn't, that means he was rich. Because no, I would have beat him up every day. It's sad. And I wasn't even a bully. I don't like bullies. I don't know. My son got bullied by this kid for like the longest time until he just got fed up and got offline and punched a kid right in the face. Just once. Knocked him to the ground. I was so proud. I wasn't proud that he got physical. I was proud that he stood up for himself. Because he was scared to. And he had more guts at that age than I did. You know, if you were mean to me back then, I just okay, just cry and go away. Then as a teenager, if you were mean to me, I'd just cry and go home. And then as an adult, if you were mean to me, I'd just ruin your life. I would ruin your face. Then I would ruin your life. I don't do that anymore. I haven't done that since I got pregnant with my son. I just don't feel the need. I've seen tiny guys take out roided out muscle jacks easily using jujitsu. Really? I mean, I can't really say anything because I mean, Sensei is tiny. He's 5'3", and he could fuck up anybody I know. Like I never had any fear going out with him. We'd go to bars. I could get drunk as I want. I knew he'd take care of me. I knew nobody was gonna touch me. And he's the one that taught me how to fight. So he taught me all the wrestling takedowns and how to get the upper hand and all the sneaky ways to uh, not disarm, but to what's the word I'm looking for? Disable your attacker or whoever's hurting you. So, Kate, shut up. God, my children have no respect for me live streaming at all. They just walk in and just start talking. 5'3" ain't short. Yeah, right. 5'3" is poco. Pequeño. Porquito. Tiny. Little. 5'3" is short. 5'3" is like Tim Pool. Yeah, my buddy's a brown belt, like 5'5" Filipino. He can end a fight in a few seconds, no punches needed. Oh yeah, Dana White is training Elon. He's got this. Oh great, because he needs to be UFC. Uh, nope, it's not. I refuse to believe that. Nerd, your best thing in life is to just accept that you're short. Okay, you're short. You're 5'3". You're my height. My height. I'm short. I'm fun sized. Hell, I'm bite sized. But you're a dude. 5'3" is fine. It's short, but it's fine. Just learn how to fight. 5'3" is short, dude. Even for like an Italian, it's short. Okay. I don't know why it bothers you so much. Why does it matter? Shortness is not something that you can ever have any control over. I mean, what are you going to do? Go become one of those like weirdo people that gets their legs friggin' stretched or their bones broken? I've seen people that had those like surgeries. It's never good. And it's like constant pain. I'll post there. I'll kick a bitch in the shin. That's the spirit. That's all. Suzanne said Zuckerberg has a face you want to high five with a cactus. Yep, sure does. Sure do. Sure do. Uh, if you could see the smile on my face, you know I'm joking. I know you're joking. You just like to get me wound up. 5'3" is the perfect height for anyone. I don't care what anybody says. Speaking of perfect height, I have a glass thing here. Yay, that's perfect too. Because I haven't had that all morning. I had the vape, but I didn't have any actual like bud. Zuck is a lizard man in a human suit. Let me tell you something. The first time I ever saw one of those documentaries on the lizard people, I was freaked out. And then I learned about like filters and shit like that. I was just like, I didn't know that the big orange man that they put an orange filter on him when he's on TV. I didn't know that to make him look more orange. I did not know that. I just thought that it was different settings for different like news outlets. Because how could he look the same like on the same day he looks 12 different colors on 12 different stations? It's weird. And then I found that out and I was like, "Oh, stupid. That makes sense." But I just again, naivete, like I just didn't think somebody would do that. One of the things that we talk about, me and my shrink, is my gullibility because she thinks it's really not a good thing for me because I fall for bullshit. Um, I want to make things better for people, and I do what I can. I have my flaws. I have tons of flaws. If you don't have flaws, what the hell are you? Like, what's the point? Life must be awful boring for these perfect people because they have no room for improvement. I have tons of room for improvement. That's the way I choose to look at it. Not that I have flaws, but that I have tons of room for improvement. So, there's always something I can make better about myself. But the thing that my shrink doesn't like is that I do for somebody with trust issues, I trust way too quickly because I don't even think about it. I trust people the way I want them to trust me. But not everybody is like me. And like I said, I have my flaws. And there are people out there who like talking shit and they know that they're full of shit. But whatever. Um do you, boo? Perfect is bland, might as well eat oatmeal. I like oatmeal, but I like, like flavored oatmeal. I don't like plain oatmeal. God, bleh. Just the texture. Bleh. Bleh. I like maple syrup oatmeal or apple cinnamon or no, that's it. Because all that fruit shit, no. Like I like to put real fruit in my oatmeal. I don't like all that manufactured taste. Like, I don't want your strawberries and cream oatmeal because that shit is fake. I'd rather put actual like strawberries in it and actual sugar. I'm an ass. I taught my boy at a very young age to box and fight after he got bullied. Yep. He then went and turned the bully out of camera sight and decided to tell me in front of the principal I did it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was my son. I had him enrolled in Tiger Schulman um, from when he was 5, and he learned a lot. He learned exactly how to hit. He learned how to take anybody down, and I got to know his sensei and his senpai. I got to know senpai a little too good, so we couldn't go back. But that was like 2 years in. He was already doing that 2 years. I was already kickboxing for a while. I did it, Grandma, just the way you taught me, Papa. Bang. Oh, God. Yep. Yeah, my son thought he was going to be in so much trouble because he got suspended for 2 days when he hit the kid. And I was like, wait, so his bully is not suspended, but my son is suspended? Okay, I won't be into work for 2 days. No, well, you have to come to work. No, I don't. You just suspended my son. Who was going to watch him? No, I'm calling out sick. Sorry, I'm very stressed out. And he was just like, "Shell." And I could hear my principal in the other room, and I was like, "Don't think your ass is off the hook, Marty. I know you're in there like you're hiding." Because he didn't want to be the one to tell me that Connor was suspended, so he made the vice principal Charles do it. And Charles was like sweating, telling me, and I was just like, "I'm sorry, what?" My son is suspended because of a kid that I told you was bullying him for like 2 years. Well, yeah, I know there's no, there's not special circumstances. Like the kid bullied him all the fucking time, and now he stood up for himself and he's suspended. Okay, I'm not coming in for 2 days. See you Monday. And when we went up to get him, he was like sweating bullets up in this like child study team room. And he's worried. He's like, "Oh my god!" Yeah, he kept telling the lady, "My mom's gonna be so mad." Da, 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 da." And I looked at it. I was like, "Where's your stuff? You got your stuff? We gotta go." He was like, "What happened? What happened?" I was like, "Oh, you're suspended for 2 days." Hey, T Rex. I was like, "You're suspended for 2 days, so I'm taking 2 days off." And he was like, "Well, what are we gonna do?" I said, "We're gonna go home." Are you mad? I was like, "Mad at what? What happened? Tell me what happened." So he told me the whole thing. And Marty, the principal, is standing there because now he's like, "Oh, Shelly's calm now." Like I could go upstairs, and his child study team person is there, and he tells me the whole thing, and I said, "Oh, all right, okay, we'll talk about it on the way home." I was like, "Let's go." And he was like, "Where are we going?" I was like, "We're going to Johnny Rockets first, and then we're gonna go to Rita's for ice cream." And Marty just like he goes, "Really?" I was like, "Really what?" I was like, "Oh, I'm taking him out for like bacon cheeseburger deluxe and whatever kind of float he wants, and then we're going for ice cream. And I did. I took him for ice cream, and he was like, "I thought you were gonna be mad." I was like, "Why?" I said, "You had the balls to do something I never had the balls to do." I said, "I've never hit one of my bullies. I never got to do that. I really wish I had." Zero tolerance is lazy administrating and embolden the bullies because they know that the victims will be less likely to retaliate. Yeah, my son didn't give a shit. He didn't give one single shit. My entire load got rejected yesterday, so I've got 36,000 pounds of chicken, and I've been sitting for 24 hours now just waiting for them to figure out what to do with it. Holy shit. 36,000 pounds of chicken, where you at? I got a standing freezer. It's going to fall off the truck. Let's go. Uh, I'm from Hoboken. Everything falls off a truck eventually. Susan, oatmeal equals kazoo, bitch. Kazoo, bitch. She almost kazooed me twice yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Was it yesterday? If you would have had a blank, you would have kazooed me twice. A kazoo through a kazoo. Gotta find the right girl who won't reject your load. Oh, that was a good one, nerd. That was a good one. God, I'm so proud and surprised. Oh, that was a good one. I'm in Minnesota. Maybe Nick or Kata will take it. DM him on Instagram. Be like, hey, I have all this chicken. What do I do? He's got 5 kids. If you think he won't take that, he'd be like, bring it to the church. We have a walk-in freezer there. It'll be fine. Hell no, I took my boy shopping after that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was not gonna even try to pretend like I was put out about it. And even like when I was upstairs waiting for Connor to get all his shit together, I'm standing there talking to Marty. And I was like, I said, I can't believe you didn't have the balls to tell me yourself. You chicken shit. And he was like, he said, it's not that I didn't have the balls. He said, I didn't want to tell you that I had to suspend him. I said, yeah, why? He said, because I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I said, what are you talking about? He said, I'm going to suspend him for something I did practically every day of high school. Every day. I'm like, yeah, well. He's like, that's why I couldn't go to like, like one of those fancy, like Catholic all boys high schools. He was like, because I fought all the fucking time. I was like, oh, I thought it was because you were just, a reject. And he was like, I said, honestly, I thought it was because, like, your mother was broke. Like, what the fuck? I mean, the only reason I went was because my grandmother paid. My parents never backed me like y'all did. Uh, no matter what happens, my mom will turn things back on me and find a way to blame me. Done that my whole life. Well, I mean, that's my mother, and that's my uncle. And like I was talking to her the other day, and she was like, "Oh, your uncle's really mellow." And I mean, she was here, we were talking. She was like, he really, he wants a relationship with you. I was like, no. I said, he had an opportunity to have a relationship with me his entire life, my entire life. He chose to make me feel like I was crap. He chose to always tell me that I was stupid and I was ugly and I was an embarrassment to the family. Don't you dare win that. Let your cousin win it. Don't you dare do this. Just keep your mouth shut. Nobody wants to know your opinion. Nobody wants to this. Nobody wants to that. So he was always making sure that I stayed stepped on and stepped down and like that I never got uppity. Even though he's the one that raised me to be uppity. He's the one who would throw me on the floor and say, wrestle, fight back, or you're gonna die down there. Like, he didn't give a fuck. What are you doing, Kate? Coffee would be lovely. Thank you. So I mean, I'm used to that. My mother has never had my back ever in life. Um, that's not true. When I hit the nun, she had my back. When I tried to off myself, she did exactly what I told her to do. Um, I I got out of the psych ward real quick by her saying that she'd sue them because it was all their fault. And how dare they judge me? And blah blah blah. She didn't sign me in, and who the fuck am I? And who the fuck are they? And blah blah blah. And it was a whole thing. And this was like 19, January 1990. So November of 1989. So it was November 1989 that, that I tried to off myself. Um, and then it took 2 months for me to be out of the school because they wouldn't let me go because they wanted the money. They wanted me out, but they wanted the money, so I just spent 2 months not going to school. Nerd, damn, I'm sorry you have that happening. That's not good parenting, dear. For my mom, it was always how things would reflect on her. Well, yeah, that's my mom. It's that martyr complex. It's the, oh my God, what are people going to say? It's the, oh, do you understand what you're doing to me? In Kansas, I mean, they asked why I didn't call anybody home when I went in for the emergency surgery. They're like, don't you want to call somebody just in case? No, I don't want, no, not at all. And then, of course, my idiot husband calls my mother and tells her that I'm in surgery that should have taken 20 minutes and I've been gone 3 hours and they won't tell him anything, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, she called and she talked to the nurse. And because I had her name down, they told her everything and told him nothing. So she knew what was going on. So, all right, I come back from being dead. Um, Go up, they take me up to my room finally. It's middle of the night. I'm begging for something to eat because I haven't eaten in like 4 days. They're like, "Oh, maybe tomorrow we'll start you on soup." I try to sleep a little more. I'm begging them for more painkillers, but not the morphine because I hated seeing like Mr. Peanut come to life. It was just weird. Um, but it was a whole thing of, all right, well, give me something. They gave me Demerol. I went to sleep. I wake up with a phone in my hand and somebody screaming at me. And I'm like, who the fuck gave me the phone? And my husband's sitting in a chair sleeping next to the bed. And I was like, I kicked him. I was like, hello? Like, what are you doing? Oh, I came in like a half hour ago. You were asleep. So I went to sleep. Who's on the phone? Because I already threw the phone down in my lap. And he was just like, oh, your mother. My mother knows I'm here? Oh, well, she called and they told him, son of a bitch. I was like, fine, whatever. Pick up the phone. She's just screeching. And I was like, I'm going to hang up on you. Click. I just hung up. I was like, fuck it. She calls back much calmer. All right, Ma, what do you want to know? Why didn't you call me? Because I didn't know what was going on and I've never had to have surgery for anything. So, I didn't know what to do. So I just went to work. They brought me here and it's just been nonstop since. I was like, and I was on so many different, different kinds of pain meds. I was like, I didn't have a chance. Fine. Don't you understand what this is doing to me? No, Ma, I wasn't thinking about you. You're damn right you weren't thinking about me. Oh my God. Now everybody's going to know that you had emergency gallbladder surgery and I didn't know. They're not going to know unless you tell them. No, they're going to know because this town, they always find out. Da, 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 and sure enough, everybody knew. And she was like, and they're going to wonder why I didn't know and why I didn't mention it. So now I have to go around and tell everybody and tell them that it happened 3 days ago. Why? Well, because I have to tell them that I've known this whole time. No, you don't. You could just say that it happened today because it happened last night. And you just found out because it was an emergency. Like none of that is a lie. Does it click together? No, but it's not a lie. Okay. And that's what she went. She was happy once she could tell everybody that she was well aware so that she looked like a responsible parent and that, oh, I sent her flowers and money for a TV and whatever. Like she just made it up as she went along. She just had to be the great mother because, oh my God, what if somebody realizes that she's not? So it's like, I was never like that with my kids. Katie was never in a hospital by herself. Not for one surgery, not for one procedure, not for one test. I was with her for everything. For Connor, even when he had his dental work done, I was there from the moment, he went under to the moment he came out screaming. You know, I never left my kids. Never left them. Katie's surgery on her club foot took the better part of a day. I mean, they started this shit at like 9 in the morning, and it didn't stop till it was dark out that night. And it was like in September. So, it didn't get dark till like 9:30. I mean, it was a long freaking surgery. And they tested everything they could. They tested her muscles. They sent shit out. I mean, they were just getting everything tested. Every kind of disease you could think of. Nothing. Nothing. All comes back perfectly healthy. But I mean, that whole time she was in that hospital, I was there that whole time by myself. It's always me by myself. Growing up, nobody ever did anything by themselves. My mother always had my father or my stepfather or her husband now. My grandmother always had my grandfather. My uncle always had a fucking girlfriend. You know, my aunts always had each other. I've always been by myself. I've always had to do just for me. Okay, I want to go Christmas shopping. Do I have somebody to go Christmas shopping with? No. They wanted me to go do their Christmas shopping. All right, so I guess I'm going to go and not only do my own Christmas shopping, but do all of yours. Sure, no problem. You know, that's all I was. I was just a workhorse to them. Yeah, they don't care that I have to do stuff by myself. They don't care. Go to the doctor by myself. Go to anywhere. Everything is by myself, and it bothers me because not one of them knows how to do a fucking thing by themselves. I've been real good pretty much about the cursing today. I mean, I'm doing this already 4 hours and I really didn't curse that much. I'm trying very hard not to, but when I talk about my mother, Eric said I almost became a dad a few years ago, but we lost the baby. It'd be 2 years old this month. Yeah, yeah, I know that feeling. I actually lost two babies in August. I lost a baby when I was 15, and I lost my husband's baby when I was 28. Yeah, I was 28 because it was right when we moved to Kansas. She's a nerd. It's her issue, dear. You can and will do better than that when you're a parent. Yeah. See right there, buddy, proves my point. You'll be a better parent. Yeah, they do that here. Ask me for an emergency contact person and look at me cross-eyed when I say I got no one. Shenanigans. Hello. Welcome, welcome. I remember you. It's been a long time though. Um, welcome, welcome. We're just talking about mental health issues and all sorts of things. Basically, just my stream of consciousness. Like, how crazy am I really? Turns out, pretty much crazy. That's okay. Um, yeah, no, it's weird because like I'll go to the doctors or whatever, like in the hospital. They were like, okay, so who can bring you in? Nobody. Well, who's home to help you? Nobody. Well, who's gonna do that? Nobody, me. But you need the I have no way of getting there. Okay, but you need these supplies. I have no way of going to get them. Like, they have to be called into a medical supply place. They're just gonna have to do it on the phone. I can't get there. But you don't have anybody. No, I have nobody. Well, how are you gonna get home? I'll find a way home. Well, what are you gonna do? If my mother's husband can't take me home, I'll call an Uber. It's fine. And that's how it goes. I sub from yesterday. Yes, I know. I see you over there. Um, welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy it here. I haven't done lives by myself in a while, so this is basically just me talking. Um, yeah, like they really thought I was crazy, and then like when she brought in the laptop, and they were like, "Where'd she go?" I was like, "Oh no, she was just dropping off the bag. She didn't stay. Nope." Well, what did she bring you? Just the laptop. She didn't bring you anything up, no. Which is funny because the day before, I had asked for a wall plug for the charger because I had the USB and I didn't have a wall plug. So stupid. And I was like, how the hell? And so my mother's husband, Alfredo, brought it. And he was like, oh, I stopped at the store across the street and I got you like a bunch of candy and whatever. Like, he got me a bunch of candy bars. He was like, in case they don't feed you right away or you get like, you want a snack. I was like, oh, that was really nice of you. Thank you. Think my mother did that? Nope. I was in that hospital almost 2 full weeks, and she only came the second day for 5 minutes, not even, to drop off the laptop from my house, and the last day to pick me up. That was it. Everybody was like, "You." I didn't have one visitor. They all went insane over Sabrina because Sabrina showed up when she found out that nobody had been to visit me, and she literally had just gotten off the fucking plane from New Orleans from her, girls' weekend away. And I was asleep, so I missed it. But it's just like, if you ever want somebody to tell you you don't matter, go to the hospital for a couple of weeks. See who shows up. I mean, she didn't even call me to, to see if I was okay. She didn't give a my mother didn't give a shit. Fuck, fuck, fuckity fuck. You're welcome. Yep. She's saying that because I'm trying to cut down on my cursing and it's not working out too well. Because I have this strange feeling that people don't want me on their streams anymore. And I can't figure out why. It's almost like somebody went around talking. Whatever. I'll stream on my own channel and I'll stay here and that'll be fine. Um, I enjoy going in other people's chats, which is it's nice to just sit and just bullshit with you guys and chat. It's a lot less pressure, I could tell you, but I don't know. When I'm not here talking to you guys, I miss it. I do. I miss it. I can't tell if the gain is up or down on this damn microphone. I turned it down before, but I think it's like not picking up or whatever. You guys got to tell me if my audio is going in or out or whatever. Just don't beat me over the head with it. I could go ASMR, but I'm not gonna. I want to do that with Grandma's house and Melissa Jane and T3. If you're crazy, then I'm in good company. Well, then you're in good company because I'm crazy. See, that's the thing. Like nobody gets. I understand. Hi, Rabbit. I understand that I'm crazy. I get that, and I'm very upfront about it. I tell people, listen, I'm loud. I'm inappropriate. I curse a lot. I will cut you off. I will be moody. I forget shit. I will snap at you if you treat me like shit and make me feel some type of way. So like nobody gets into like a friendship with me without being forewarned. I fit in if this is where the crazy kids hang out. Oh, yeah. Hello, rabbit. I hope you're feeling better. Shenanigans, yuppers. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'll fit in just fine here. Um, and don't worry, everybody does. You don't have to be crazy. You don't have to be anything. Just be yourself. I like all types to come here. Oh, God. Hit the like, stroke the subscribe, caress the bell, change to all for notifications, and share. I love you, Rabbit. However, today has been big on advice, and I made sure to tell everybody that this channel does not give medical advice, but I don't think I was as thorough as you because you tend to hit all of them. You're just like, we are not giving psychological, medical, or dental, or any kind of advice. This is just a crazy person talking on air because it's free. She can do it for free. The side effects are slowing down. No, I don't think you could ever slow down. I was talking about you earlier, like just the life that you've led. Like I don't mind. I mean, I mind being sick. I mind being housebound. I mind being even temporarily crippled. But part of me doesn't mind because I've had such a life. God, I crammed as much living in my life as I could. There she goes. This channel does not give legal, medical, political, or financial advice. This channel is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I love you, Robert. But like I brought you up because I said, you're one of those people like you, Suzanne, me. We've all done so much in life. I mean, maybe I didn't do the things my family wanted me to do, but I lived my life. I have no regrets looking back. I wouldn't change any of it. I mean, if I could change my dad passing away, yeah, that I'd change. But uh, that's the only thing I would change. But even that, I wouldn't have my son, I wouldn't have my daughter, and I wouldn't give them up, even for him. And he loved me unconditionally. He's the only person in my entire life that ever loved me unconditionally. And I would not pick him over my kids. And I think he'd be really upset with me if I did. I would never do that. So yeah, no, I lived my life exactly the way it was supposed to be lived. This is where I'm supposed to be. Everything happens for a reason. I believe that. I do believe God has a plan. He just don't like telling me at all what the plan is. And every time I think I have an inkling, he's like, no, change plans. Hi, Texas Jen. How you doing? Um, no, it doesn't happen on the internet. No, not at all. Rabbit said, I have more tricks in my basket. I bet you do. I bet you do. She said, if you're just watching or lurking, please put a hello in the chat. We would like to meet you. Don't be afraid. We don't bite much anyway. I do bite. I do. I do bite, but you'll like it. I nibble. Just little nibbles. Nothing major. I won't draw blood. What the hell? Kate? Who is making that noise? It's got to be one of the cats. Why do they do this to me? Oh, yeah. He jumped behind me. Damn it. My cat is going to kill my blinds. And I don't want to open them because then it's going to let the sunlight in. And I don't need that kind of negativity in my life. The sun is bad for vampires. Uh, Jen, so glad I caught you live. Yeah, well, when I have existential crises, that's when I go live. So it's like, let's talk about mental illness because I'm crazy. Does Rabbit want my meat for a stew? I don't think she wants your meat for a stew because people stew is not good. I don't know why you would even offer that, Daisy. Texas Jen, sorry I fell asleep in Discord last night. Wish we could have chatted more. Oh, were you talking to Rabbit? Isn't she funny? Oh my god. Love talking to Rabbit. Rabbit and Cake. Oh my god, Cake is so freaking funny. Goddamn cat. Um, which we call we I wish everybody would please, if you're listening, say a prayer for Suzanne to win her steer contest. Not that she's riding a steer or she's roping a steer. She's supposed to win a butchered steer. I want her to win this steer. She wants to win it. She needs this, like, she's going to donate a quarter of it to the food pantry if she wins. So it's a big win all around. Let's hope that she gets it. Come on, guys. You know how to manifest stuff into reality. Winning reality knows how to do it too. Do it. Do it. Do it. So we're hoping for you, Suzanne. We're hoping and praying and wishing and sending out all that positive energy that you get that steer. Damn it, you deserve that steer. Jen, I used to fall asleep in Discord all the time. And they would they'd have to mute me or they'd master mute me because I just snore right through the whole thing. I didn't give a fuck. I don't manifest, but I will pray. Well, I mean, manifesting and praying are pretty much the same thing. You're just asking God, can you get on this, please? Can you do this for me? Just if you don't have time, like, can you delegate it to one of the saints or something? Like, somebody's got to be in charge of like contests. There's got to be a saint for that. There's a saint for everything. There's got to be a saint for winning contests. I mute before I fall asleep. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't always know when I'm gonna fall asleep. I fall asleep like that. Like it's either all or nothing. Like either I'm comatose or I can't sleep at all. I've been caught snoring one time in Discord, never again. No, I've been caught more than once. I'm pretty sure Winning has heard me snoring. I'm almost certain Suzanne has. I know Outpost has. T Rex definitely. Somebody tried saying I snore like a baby raccoon. I was like, I don't know what a raccoon snores like. Can't be good though. It just can't be. But I mean, I used to when with the meds when I was really sick. I don't know if you were around when I was really sick in the hospital. I'd just be sitting there because, of course, I streamed from the hospital because that's what I do. Um, I'd be in the middle of like saying something, and Frog would be talking, and all of a sudden you hear. That's me sitting up, just like, oh, okay. I'd pull a Malloy. I'd just fall asleep. I'd be like, oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Luckily, I only fall asleep in live streams where nobody hears me. No, that's me. I do it all the time. I used to do it all the time. Didn't matter. We'd be in the middle of a stream and everybody's ha 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 ha. What's that noise? I'd just be sleeping on my desk, head down, boom. Occasionally, you'd hear the actual thunk. Outpost, you would fall asleep on Discord. I used to fall asleep in Discord all the time because I wasn't allowed to leave. It was like, I would love to go to bed. Can I leave? Nope. No, you got to be there all the time. Rabbit, the raffle draw is today for the steer. Really hope I win. Yeah, I just brought that up. I'm hoping that they send all that good luck your way. You would start slowing down. Daisy, I just woke up from a nap. I finally got a fan and put me to sleep. Oh yeah. Oh, when you have that little reprieve from the heat and you lay there and you're finally like, okay, now I'm just a little comfortable. Maybe I'll just yeah, no, but I mean, you always know when I'm gonna fall asleep, nerd. You guys should have known anyway, because I mean, I think even Winning gets it, and he's not exactly like big on picking up, my tone. But even he's like, "Oh, she's going to sleep." Like, okay. Suzanne's good at knowing when I'm tired. She's like, you're slurring." Am I? Mm-hmm. Okay. Night, night. Like, night, night. Gotta go to sleep. I love naps. Naps are the best thing in the world. Everybody should partake in naps. Everybody. I think the Spanish with their little siesta every afternoon, that's the way to do it. The Italians do it too, but only in Italy. The Italians here don't do it because, we're usually working. I'm watching this cat. When I tell you, Boo is the most beefy cat I've ever had in my life. And I had one named Spaz, but Boo is definitely like a wackadoo, my autistic cat. Sit down. No, no, don't come here. Stay there. He's looking at me like, oh, do you want to cuddle? Did you want to give me something? No. My boy is working out in his mind how to take the stove out of the truck and bring it in the house. Won't let me help him. Oh, 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 thank you, Rabbit. Yes, I do have a Rumble account. I will, once I figure out how to do it, I will start streaming to Rumble and to YouTube. But since I'm just getting used to how to do that. I never had to take care of that because that was always somebody else's job. Ah, aw, Rabbit. Suzanne Rabbit's praying for you to get the steer. There you go. Daisy, you got sweet meats. I thought sweet meat was like brains. What do you got? Like cow's brains? Pig brains? What do you have, Daisy? I'm curious. Tell me. Tell me more. Tell me more. Yeah, Rabbit threw up my Rumble link. If you can, just jump on over there and hit follow because I have enough people to stream, but it's like T3 ask Shizzy to help. Yes, I absolutely will ask Shizzy or Winning or one of them. Somebody will help me. They always do. The guys always do. T3, it took him 3 days to figure out the china cabinet. He took all the glass and moved it on his own. Wouldn't let me help. He's doing great. Oh, that's so awesome, Suzanne. See, I love Connor used to love to figure stuff out, but then like he was building this computer and I bought him all the pieces that he asked for and he couldn't get it to work. So I have to get somebody who's gonna put this damn thing like it's all put together and I can't get it to run. Well, I haven't tried. He couldn't get it to run. But I don't want to do it because I don't want to fuck it up. And I know I will. So I need somebody techie that's local that I can get to come over and like fix this fucking thing. Um, Rabbit, thank you. It would help a lot of families out. That's my donation. Yep. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. And I love that you always want to give back. I love that. Um, like I said, I have a friend, my neighbor Lulu, that she does work for the food bank. And she's always giving out something, so I always wind up with, fresh veggies and fruit because technically I'm below the poverty line. I'm as poor gets. You are all invited to join in Valhalla Awaits birthday celebration at 9:30 tonight. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, whoever's around, whoever's watching this, whoever's listening, Valhalla Awaits. It's his birthday. We're all gonna jump onto his YouTube channel. I believe that's where it's gonna be at so far. At 9:30 tonight Eastern, 9:30 Eastern, to say happy birthday and hang out and chill. Um, Hope to see you all over there in chat. I can't wait. If you can, please sub to him. He needs, I think, 110, 120 to get over 1,000. He's got the watch hours, I believe. He's got content. He's got great content. He just doesn't have over 1,000 subscribers, and he needs to go for full monetization because he needs that ad revenue from those videos. I don't know if any of you have seen it. He has one that's like 20 minutes long, and it's called Farm Chores, I think. I watched it yesterday. It was like the third time I watched it, but I finally left him a comment. And I just love watching. He feeds all the animals. And he goes for, I didn't realize how many different animals he had. Like he's got these two jackasses named Arthur and Lancelot. And he said Lance is the nice one and Arthur's like such a dick. He's at 841 subs. He's at 841 subs, so he needs 160 subs to get him over the 1,000. So whoever's not subbed to Valhalla Awaits, please jump over there and sub to him. He's a great guy. He's a military veteran. He's a veteran because I'm from Hoboken. We don't say veteran, we say veteran. But yeah, he's a veteran. He's seen a lot. He's an excellent dude. I like him very much. He raises goats. He has a goat fucking farm. He raises goats. So he's got. Thank you very much, Rabbit. He's got goats. He's got donkeys, chickens. I was fascinated with the pigeon coop because okay, so okay. So in Hoboken, now Hoboken, everything is real close together. And when I was little, you could walk anywhere and there was a specialty store for whatever. So you had like the butcher and you had the Italian store to get nothing but Italian stuff. And you had like the bakery to get nothing but bread and pizza. You had the bakery where you got like the pastries. So we also had the chicken store where you went and you bought your chicken. And they would, which chicken do you want? I want that one. And they would take it out of the cage or they would pluck it up off the floor as it's walking around. And they would just chop the head off and throw the body back down. And it would walk around for like another 30 seconds to a minute. Then they would take it in the back and take all the feathers out. And you left with the chicken. Or you could buy it live and take it home and do it there. A lot of people did that. The only time I bought my chickens live and brought them home live is when I had to feed them to the snake. That was the only time because we had a 8+ foot ball python, and he ate live chickens. So that was always a lovely, lovely thing to watch. It actually was though. It's kind of, I don't know, watching the jaw open like that, it was very strange. But yeah, so anyway, so we had the chicken store. And in the chicken store they sell chickens, rabbits, turtle doves, and like quail and like whatever, fowl somebody caught and brought in or shot and brought in. But they had a lot of doves. So you would hear the so they were cuckoo birds. And that's what I used to call them. I used to call them cuckoo birds. Now I had two grandmothers and two grandfathers. I had my mother's mother and father and my father's mother and father. I called my mother's parents grandma and papa. So they were Graham and Pop. My father's mother didn't want to be called grandma. She wanted to be called Nana. And of course, that's where my love of barnyard animal sounds came from because my family always called her nah, nah. And so I would say, they'd say, "Where you going?" Nah, nah, because they couldn't stand her. And if I didn't say it like that, they'd get upset. But I didn't like the woman, so I had no problem saying it like that. But my grandfather, her husband, was an amazing man. I loved him. I spent all my time that I could with my grandfather. And he was another pop-up. But I can't have these two pop-ups with the same name. So I had pop-up in the gas station, and I had pop-up who took me to see the chickens. But I was really little, and I would just say, "Pop-up, cuckoo birds, pop-up, cuckoo birds," because that's where I wanted to go, the cuckoo birds. And I named him Pop-Up Cuckoo Bird, and they all called him that, adults included. So if I changed your name when I was little, that's just what your name was from then on. My Aunt Marie, they all called her Giggy. Giggy, Giggy, Giggy. I couldn't say Giggy. I called it Zizzy. After that, that was her name. Everybody called it Zizzy. My Aunt Lee was Raffalina, and they all called her Fina. I couldn't say Fina because for some reason it would come out sounding a lot like a curse. And so they just said Lee, Aunt Lee. Aunt Fina, for some reason, like Tia Fina came out weird. So she was Aunt Lee. Aunt Marie was Zidzi. Aunt Lee was Aunt Lee. Aunt Grace was Aunt Grace. Grandma was Graham. Pop Up was Pop. Pop Up. But the other one was Pop Up Cuckoo Bird. And everybody called him that. Everybody. God, I love that man. He was such a good-hearted slob. Like, he really was. He was just such a good guy, and his wife was just such a twat. I mean, my father's mother was a bitch. God, she was a bitch. And I know I always say I don't look like anybody in my family. I look just like her. I have her coloring. I have her hair. I have her boobs. I have her butt. And I have the Cupid bow lips that she had. Only hers aren't thick. Hers weren't thick like mine. She had very thin ones because she didn't know how to fucking smile. But yeah, no, I look just like her and just like him. I have his green eyes. I have her coloring though. The red hair though, I came through my mother's side. Rabbit, I'll post on 8 different discords today. Suzanne's just all over the place. You just don't know. Rabbit said I have 12 chickens, 6 cows, 22 barn cats. I was surprised at how many barn cats Valhalla has. I saw 5 right then and there, and he was like, keeps the critters down, like keeps the rodents away. Okay. Um, he had ducks in with his chickens, which was I thought was weird. But it was so cute. There was one that he was like, "All right, little fella, you gotta leave the nest. You gotta leave the nest." And he tried to get it to like fly, and it just wasn't ready, and it just really wanted to go back in the nest. So he was like, "All right." And he puts it back. He's like, "Oh wait, that's not your nest." And he takes that and he puts it back, and he's like, "You're all right, little dude." I love when men talk to animals. There's nothing better to me, except maybe when they talk to little kids. But a little kid's gonna, they're gonna remember. They have the opportunity, like if they want to, like rat you out, they're gonna. An animal, you can get away with talking to an animal however the fuck you want. They ain't gonna say shit. But when I hear a grown ass man be gentle and understanding and patient with an animal, oh my god, it gives me like hope for humanity. It really does. I don't know, it just means so much more to me. I don't know, that's the stuff I look for. Um, those are the type of people that I I want in my life. Those are the type of people that I would trust, to do the right thing, to do the not lawful thing, to do the ethical thing. I just expect more from people than I think they realize, because I believe in the goodness in people, especially the people I know, the people I get to know. Like, you're not gonna be in my life if I think you're a piece of shit. Yeah. So, it doesn't really matter what words I say. The fact that I'm here, the fact that I'm talking to that person or whatever, that should tell them everything they need to know. Because I don't mess with people that I have no use for. Like, if I think you're crap, I just won't mess with you at all. Rabbit will get chicken next spring. I'll grab a half dozen as soon as I find a place to hide them. Not allowed chickens here. Oh, damn. I cuss at my cows when they step on my feet. Oh my god. They found me a place to take the chickens 1 hour away, but not until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Oh, Jesus. Did they not worry about the sell by date? Because, see, that would bother me. I'd be like, see, this is why my chicken always goes bad 2 days after I buy it. Oh, shit. I have chicken in the fridge. God, I'm gonna put that in the slow cooker. I'm a bit too nice and share my feelings a bit too much. Most women don't like that quality in a guy. That's not true. They like it. They just don't like it right out the gate. Like, I mean, butch up a little bit. That's the thing. Like, listen, T Rex, if you go simply by what you think women want, you're going to be turning yourself inside out all of your life. And you're never going to have a woman, because women never really know what they want. They really don't. Even when we have a list, guarantee you in 5 years that list will be completely fucking different. Trust me. I've always been like, oh, I know what I want. I know what I want. We know what we want. We don't usually believe we deserve it. So we will actively move toward the thing that's going to hurt us, because that's what we're used to and that's what we expect. That's what we know. So if I go through most of my life getting, like the doormat treatment, when I meet somebody else who's going to treat me like a doormat, I don't even blink. Hey, man, what's up? Because to me now, that's what most people are like. They're just going to walk all over you. Okay. Some I let, some I don't. Usually the ones I let, I do it because I don't notice. Butch up a little bit. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. I mean, that was the whole point of this entire thing. Feel how you feel, but don't let it control you the way I've let it control me. Like, I lost an entire weekend to sleep because I just couldn't get up. I just couldn't. It's I didn't have the strength to face anything this weekend. So I didn't. Suzanne said T3, too true. After wanting what I want for 43 years, and now that it's here, I don't think I want it anymore. Oh, girl, I've been there, been there, been there, been there. That's the Okay, so my ex-husband used to say that I was the worst type of female there is, because I am high maintenance, but I think I'm low maintenance. And I won't hear anything to the contrary. I think he's full of shit. I wasn't high maintenance when I was with him. I'm still not high maintenance. I just think he refused to ever do anything to make me happy. I think that was just antithetical to for him. Like he just couldn't do it. He was allergic to me being happy or something. Um, so while I think he's full of shit, I do agree with the fact that I know what I want, but I don't say what I want because I'm always afraid of somebody laughing in my face like, "You're never gonna get that. You don't deserve that." Because that's what I'm used to. I'm used to somebody going, "Psh, good luck." Like every anytime I ever told my mother what I wanted from like a relationship, she'd be like, "Oh yeah, good luck." She was like, "You're not nearly pretty enough and you're way too independent." Thanks, Ma. Always with the compliments, my mother. Like, thanks. Well, you don't need a man. You don't make him feel needed. So they're not going to go to you. So you want me to pretend like I'm what? Some fucking damsel in distress? Yeah. Huh, no. Like, and it was so like, yeah, like it was the obvious answer to her. And I was like, no. I can like be traditional and not be like, "Oh my goodness, I can't cross this puddle. Help me. I need a man." I'm not like that. I can't do that. I just can't. Like if I need your help, it's never going to be like little things. It's, if I need your help, I need your help. Like I I need help out the gate. But like the stuff I need now is different than what I needed when I was married. When I was married to him, I needed him to romance me a little bit, and he never did. I needed him to, I don't know, make some type of grand gesture at any point in the 5 fucking years we were together. Nope. I needed to be the girl, and I just wasn't allowed to be that. And it really soured me on relationships. It really, really did. Like, you have no idea how demoralizing it is to constantly, constantly love somebody and try to do well for them and try to make the best dinners for them or leave them little love notes with their lunch and stuff like that. So you do all that and you get nothing in return. In fact, you get rejected or put down in return or laughed at in return. So every kindness you do, you're smacked for, sometimes literally. And the thing is, like, my husband came along at the wrong time for him because he thought, "Oh, well, fuck it. I'm gonna drink, and if we get into a fight, I'll just smack her around a little bit and she'll learn her place." No, he got me at a point in life where I was done getting hit. Like, if you hit me, bitch, I'm hitting you back. And trust me, I pack a wallop. I have teeny tiny hands. It's like hitting you with a hammer. Like it hurts. And I punched through things. I didn't know how to fight though when it came to him. Like I could fight to kick your ass, but I didn't know how to like incapacitate you or like, knock you out like without beating the shit out of you. Sensei taught me how to like, put a guillotine hold on somebody and just ooh, sleepy time. Like 3 seconds and ooh, out. But yeah, like I didn't get any of that with him. I didn't get any of the um the things you dream about as a little girl. We dream about our marriages. We dream about our husbands and oh, they're going to be handsome in my knight in shining armor and they're going to take care of me and our kids and we're going to have picnics and barbecues and we're going to go on vacations together and it was always like I always had these visions of like putting the kids to bed together and like tucking them in and you turn out the light and you're both standing in the doorway and you're just like, "Oh, I just love my kids so much." And, you go out to the kitchen, you sit, maybe play cards, I don't know, like share a dessert. Disney lied. Everybody lied. Everybody lied. You know who didn't lie? Maud. Maud didn't lie. Archie Bunker really didn't lie. Really didn't. None of those shows lied. None of them. Disney did nothing but lie. All that shit about, oh, one day your prince will come. Yeah, my prince will come and he will just, they didn't say he will come all over your face. Like, they didn't say he will just come into your life, knock you up, and walk the fuck out. Like, he don't give a shit. They never said, oh, careful, because yes, your prince is here. He will run up your credit. He will ruin you. He will spend all your money. The Brady Bunch. Bullshit. 6 kids getting along like that? Nope. Cosby Show? Nope. Yeah, okay. Because they're going to live in New York and be like that free and whatever. And they're just running back and forth. Even a little kid coming in now by herself. Yeah. No. They all lied. T Rex said, grand gestures are my speciality. I know it's specialty. I like to say speciality. I don't know why. It's fun to plan stuff like that, and it doesn't even have to cost a whole bunch of money depending on what they're into. And I get that because I'm totally the grand gesture person. I am totally the, hey, let's buy some memberships. Let's buy a couple more. Oh, fuck it. Let's buy a couple more. Like, just keep going. Like, when I care about people, I will give you the shirt off my back. Putting the kids to bed together is the pretty. No, no. They just had an adjoining bathroom. Yeah, because no problems there with 6 kids. Um, yeah, no. Rabbit said hi to 357 and to Winning. And Winning said hello back, and so did 357. You guys are so cute. Um, you remember it vividly? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But then I also grew up with Three's Company. Come and knock on our door. We'll be waiting for you. That was not only my first introduction to men and women living together without being married, even though I knew they weren't screwing, but it was like, okay, but they're roommates. That's weird. It's like, it's really weird. Um, and then Jack pretending to be gay. Oh my goodness. The fact that he was gay on there, my grandfather, it used to irritate the shit out of him. I go, oh, Jesus Christ, why has he got to be a fairy? That because that's what he used to call him. I'd be like, but what is gay mean? Because I didn't know what the hell it was. And no, you don't need to know. My grandma said he's a little light in his loafer. I don't know what that means. There's sugar in his gas tank. I don't know what that means. And I remember my uncle going, he's a F, whatever. And I was like, what is that? I was like, I don't know what that word means, but it doesn't sound good. Because the way they said it, like, I can't say it. It's a favorite of Nick Recada's to say on his thing. It was a favorite of Dart's. I can't say it on here. And it was only half. So it was like what British people call a cigarette. So that's what he would say. And I was like, I don't like the sound of that word. I don't like how you said that. It don't sound good. Um, it was just weird. And it was years before anybody would tell me what the hell it meant. I thought I understood it, but then I just thought he just acted girly. I was like, all right, when they're talking about it, they just like, why does Mr. Roper not like him? Why is he so uncomfortable? It took me years to figure that out. T Rex said, remember the show with Tom Hanks and his buddy? Yeah, it was Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari. It was called Bosom Buddies. And they were dressing up as women to live in a women's only rent controlled apartment building. They were advertising people. Got up to tons of hijinks. Yeah, that was not bossy buddies, bosom buddies. But yeah, because it was Billy Joel's "My Life" was the theme song. That was the only reason I paid any attention to that. If they had a different theme song, I wouldn't have cared. But because it was Billy Joel, every time it opened up, I was like, "Yep, we're watching." And I was little. Daddy loved that show. Oh my god, he thought it was so funny. Autocorrect. I hate autocorrect, just so you know. They love them dudes in dresses for some reason. I will say there aren't too many leading male actors that Hollywood hasn't made dress as a girl. I mean, if you think about it, listen, my mother literally just sent me pictures of them from like 19, I think 1958, and it was Halloween, and my uncle she sends me this picture in a group text, and my uncle says, "Oh, that's me." I said, "That's not you, that's Donnie." And he was like, "No, that's me." I was like, "Look at the face. You don't have that nose. The one with the bulb on the end of his nose is Donnie. You have the straight Roman nose." Oh, that's right. So that's Donnie. But Donnie is in a dress with a long ass wig on because he's dressed as a female because it's Halloween. Thought nothing of it. My friend Eli, my senior year, he wanted to dress as a female. He was like, I got the dress, I got everything else. Like, I need a Kotex. Okay. It's like, yeah, I went and got him a pad and we like painted it with red nail polish and he like wore it like, in my underwear, but over his underwear. And like, yeah, we put curlers in his hair and he had makeup on and it was great. It was not a trans thing. It was a funny thing. It was funny. Milton Berle, Ben Vereen, dressed as women. Tony Curtis and Jack Lemmon in Some Like It Hot, one of the best movies ever freaking made. Dressed like chicks to avoid getting killed. You know, Damon Wayans and his brother, dressed like chicks. So many famous actors. I mean, oh my god, Sorority Boys was one. I mean, horrible movie. It's horribly done. The acting is horrible. I love that movie. When Michael Rosenbaum goes, "I have a fat ass," I laugh so hard. He's like, "No, you don't." "Yes, I do." And it's to watch Lex Luthor be like, "Oh, I have a fat ass." It's hysterical. Anyway, but I digress. Yeah, no, there's been tons and tons and tons of actors who have dressed as men or as women. I mean, Julie Andrews did Victor Victoria. She's a woman playing a man dressed as a woman who pretends to be a man, pretending to be a woman. So it's a whole like that, but it's one of the best movies I've ever seen, and the music is unbelievable. She's unbelievable. I mean, Christ, it's got Alex Karras, the football player, the one that was on Webster. He was the father on Webster. He was gay in the damn thing. You have the dude that played Gimli in Lord of the Rings. He's regular size though, looking like Luciano Pavarotti. You have who else? James Gardner is her love interest in it. I mean, it's an amazing movie, and it's a lot of cross dressing, a lot of cross dressing. It's also in Paris, so kind of expect it, but still a lot of cross dressing. And that's what they used to call it. They used to say they were cross dressers. They didn't say they were transvestites. They didn't say, "Oh, he's a little, he's a little fruity. He likes to dress in his mother's clothes or his sister's clothes." We all knew somebody like that. I knew a couple people like that. My sisters once convinced me to let her do my makeup and do my hair. It was funny, but I'm glad there's no photos that exist of that. There's a lot of special forces dressed as our woman. Hey, if it works. Well, hey, talking trash dude, why does the pregnant man emoji exist? I don't know. I don't know. That's post. All right, there you go. 357 said that's a post Thanksgiving man. The whole band, Queen, Freddie Mercury, and all of them dressed up as cross dressers. for one of the music videos, and it was freaking oh, yeah, no, I remember that. It's hilarious. Um, that was one of the last ones that they did. Yeah, no, the pregnant man, that's not a pregnant man. That's not. It's either a dad bod or it's a butch pregnant woman. That's all. I don't give a fuck. It is not a pregnant man. You can't make me say it. You can't make me believe it. No, it's not true. That's not what it is. This world is just getting crazier and crazier. The fact I just don't understand the whole life has to be fantasy now. Like it's weird. It's freaking weird. Rosie O'Donnell. 357 said it's Rosie O'Donnell. Well, I mean, no, she's got dark hair, doesn't she? Or at least she did the last time I saw her, which was like 10, 15 years ago, because I have no interest at all. See, I would say, oh, see, I'm buying. I can't even like root for her team, but winning would yell at me that you're not bisexual. That's not your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is straight. Actually, my lifestyle is, none. Not none ya, just none. As in zilch, zero. Not getting it. Oh, I know what my lifestyle is. Battery operated. That's what it is. My life is electric. There we go. Boogie woogie woogie. It's electric. Boogie woogie woogie. You can see it. It's electric. Boogie woogie woogie. No, Jen. No. No. You're not allowed to use that one. That one has dark hair. Okay, that one's Rosie O'Donnell. That one could be her. Can't even be Roseanne Barr. Bitch is skinny. I don't know what I think because of the shape of her face. Even when she's thin, she doesn't look thin. I would look into cheek implants or something if I was her. Maybe like a chin implant. Our world is nuts. Yeah, I know. I remember when nuts were just something that rested on my chin. Now everybody's just nutty all over the place. Friggin' people making decisions for little itty bitty kids. Telling me, oh, my 2 month old, your 2 month old, what? Don't even tell me your 2 month old has an identity crisis. She can't even say ma. Jesus. She's sucking on boobs. She's sucking on fists. She's sucking on feet. She don't know what she wants. Shut up. I can't. Oh, my 6 month old was born as Deandra, but we're going to call her Danny because she feels like a boy. Does she? Oh. And if you put her like diaper in front of her, she's going to feel like shit is in her hands because that's what they do. They don't have a freaking clue. They will eat shit if you leave it near them long enough. Like, I can't. Yeah. Bagging all day long. Hey, everybody likes a little tea bag. Everybody likes a little bit of tea bagging. Dunk, dunk. You never know. You never know. Sometimes you just want it with a cookie. You don't know. Extra cream. Anyway, I had to go there. Girl, you knew I had to go there. Do 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 do. See, the degeneracy always finds me no matter where I go. And I don't need a whole lot of encouragement. You know that. You know that. But yeah, teabagging all day long. I love it. That one day that I was like, "Oh, you got a kind chin," or "I have a kind." He said I had a kind chin, and they were like, "What?" I said, "The kind he wants to rest his nuts on." They didn't get the joke. I was like, "How do you not get that joke?" That's like when somebody said, "I remember I was in high school, and this was before computers, so I didn't know what the hell this stood for." And my mother had my graduation picture on the fridge. Well, it was actually on the freezer, on the stand-up freezer. because God forbid I get an actual, you know, uh, frame for my graduation picture from high school. And Connor's father, he wasn't his father yet. He was just Eddie. He was there for like the summer, I think, because my mother is married to his uncle. Uh, so he was up here for like the whole summer, whatever. And this was before he and I ever like hooked up or anything, because we didn't hook up till I went to college. I didn't hook up with any guys when I met him. Anyway, um, he was standing there talking to my brother Freddie, and he goes, "Oh," he goes, "You see that picture of your sister?" Freddie was like, "Yeah." I'm sorry. Freddie was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Michelle's got some DSLs," and I didn't know what the fuck a DSL was, and I didn't say anything. Now, this is 1992. Fast forward 8 years to when I get my first computer, and they're talking about the different kinds of like, like dial up and whatever, and then and if eventually everybody should be able to get DSL. So what do I hear? I went, oh, I've heard of that before. And of course, my friend Angel was like, you've heard of that? He was like, you don't know anything about computers. What do you mean you've heard of that? I was like, somebody said that once about me. They said DSL. And he was like, they were talking to you about computers? I was like, no. I said, he was looking at my picture. I said, and he said I had some set of DSLs on me. And the kid Angel, this is a boy, and he's sitting there, he just looks at me and he's really. I was like, why? That's what he said. And he was like, you don't know what that means? I was like, you said it was a dial up kind of thing, but like it wouldn't be as long as like the He was like, no, no, no. It was no. Oh God. He's like, yeah, no, it's a really good internet hookup. He was like, but that's not what he meant. And I was like, okay, what did he mean? He was like, when did he say this? I said, I don't know. It was like 8 years ago, 9 years ago. He said it all the way then, and you still don't know what he meant. I said, I never asked him. I didn't give a shit. And he was like, it means, no, I don't want to tell you. I was like, why? He goes, because you do. I was like, I do what? He goes, have DSLs. I was like, what the hell are DSLs? And then my brain kicked in and I said, oh, you son of a bitch. And he was like, oh, you figure it out? I was like, please tell me it does not mean dick sucking lips. He was like, that's exactly what it means. I was like, son of a bitch. I was like, I thought he was complimenting me. He was like, oh, he was. Uh, That's not funny. I was like, it's not funny. I was like, I didn't even know how to do that then. He was like, yeah, but you've learned. I was like, yeah. And I was, like, oh. I was like, all right. Oh, Mr. Malloy, I'm still in like with grandma's house. You're so cute. We know. Just so you know, we know. Trust me, we know you're still in life with grandma's house. Grandma's house. Where's Winning? Grandma's house. We need to introduce Winning to grandma's house. I think he'd like her. She needs all the internet friends. Glad we all know Mr. Malloy, and we all love that you're in like with grandma's house. You got to come up with some new material though. Let's go. We need new jokes, new catchphrases. And no more of that open that door, open the window and let out the stink thing because I hate that thing. That's just so insulting. But you are a funny, funny man. We got to come up with a better bit for you. Come on. Hello, Texas Jen. I'm falling deeply in like with grandma's house. Oh, for the love of God. I watched it when she was outside the other day. Oh, she's so cute. So cute. And she looked all relaxed outside. It was nice. I ain't opening any. I ain't opening any what? Any doors? I ain't opening any of those. She is a cutie pie. She is a cutie pie with her little ponytail. She's very cute. You got lucky. You got lucky. She's a good one. But anyway, so I ain't opening any doors. I was assuming that's what he was saying, but I never know with him. You never know. You don't have to open any doors. Does doors. The only doors that you ever entertain are the friggin' the group. Go ahead, sing a song, Mr. Malloy. I know you wanna. You gonna sing it to Grandma's house? You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Time to set the night on fire. Go ahead. Go ahead. She lights your fire. I knew it. I knew it. Don't forget, I have a 30-second delay, so I did that without knowing. So, you're welcome. Y'all are funny. I love watching you with Grandma's house. It's so cute. And she puts you right in your place, which I love. Because you men, you need to be told what to do sometimes. Just like us women, we need to be told what to do sometimes. Hell, I like being told what to do as long as, you do it at the right time. Don't get bossy, because I get bossy back. But yeah. Unfortunately, some people do know how to deal with me. I hate that, but whatever. I hate it, but I don't. I don't know. She knows how to put me in place because she's the queen. Yes, she is. She is the queen of your world. Queen Helene. She is what can we call her? We can call her Queen Grandma, because that don't make sense. I mean, you could just call her Queen of Hearts. She rocks my world. She's the rock and roll queen. Queen Rock. I think it's hilarious. I do. I think it's hilarious the way she just tells you now, no. No. I told you, go to bed. I got a migraine. That night that she woke up to tell you to get off the damn computer and go to bed, I was so happy. I felt bad that she had a migraine, but I was just like, "Aw." I was like, "See, that's what he needs. He needs people telling him, get your ass to bed. I don't care if you don't go to sleep, just lay there and just rest." That's what you need. And I'm glad she does that for you, because you don't listen to the rest of us. And you need to. I heard what she said that night. You got to appreciate the people around you. I try to appreciate the people around me. I do. She'll build a fire under me, and I love it. She laid into his butt yesterday. Oh, I love it when she does that. I only listen to her. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could see that. I don't listen to many people anymore. I have to really trust you if I'm going to listen to you. And I don't trust a whole lot of people. I can count the people I trust on one hand right now and have fingers to spare. Luckily, though, I still like people. You can trust Grandma. Yeah, I agree. I agree. She seems very sincere. She seems very sweet, very trustworthy, very forthcoming. So she's not somebody who's got false modesty. I like people who know who they are, and she says things that they're really good to hear from somebody. Do what makes you happy. If there's no joy in it, don't do it. Like don't burden yourself with things that are going to make you unhappy. You know, seek out the things that will make you happy. And I did think a lot about what she said when she was talking to the expert and she was talking on your birthday and everything. And I mean, I heard her voice a lot in my head. I heard many voices, but good things. But I did hear a lot of things she said about you gotta find what makes you happy and just do it and don't care what anybody else says. And that's what I'm trying to do. I am trying to ignore the naysayers and ignore the toxic people and just do my thing and get on here and talk to you guys. And if one person shows up, I feel blessed. One person. That's all I need. I just need one person to have taken something away from anything that I do. If it's to turn their mood around, to make them laugh, give them something to think about, to let them unburden themselves, anything. I don't care. As long as they're better than they were, that their mood is better or whatever. I don't, for some reason, people think me being angry, as they perceive it, is me being mean. But the two things are not the same. Me being mean is to have an effect on somebody else. Me being angry is someone else having an effect on me. What I need to do is just block out the people that make me angry and concentrate on the ones that make me happy. And I have to be one of those people. Grandma cannot make you happy on her own. You have to be happy with yourself. So it's one of the things that I've definitely learned in the last year. I'm not necessarily thrilled with my past because I had a shitty friggin' upbringing, but I like me. I don't care what other people say. I really don't. I kind of wish I did because it would probably change me in different ways, but I don't give a shit at this point. I really don't. Like, fuck off. I like me. I do. Sure, I have, a lot of areas that require improvement, but I like my heart. I like my brain when it works. I like my sense of humor. I I like the fact that I say whatever the hell I want. And for some reason, I don't know, I let it get to me when I hear guys talking about, "Oh, well, you don't want a girl who does this, or you don't want a girl who does that." And I let that affect me, and I don't know why I did that. Because I never used to, and I never had a problem. And now that I'm trying to, like, I don't know, edit myself for other people, I run into problems. So maybe I'll just go back to being a complete bitch. I was at least happy when I was bitchy. But yeah, no. I guess I could. I don't know. I gotta think about it. But yeah, grandma makes you happy. Grandma makes you smile. I want you to learn to make yourself happy. Jen said, never edit yourself. Well, that's the thing. I was starting to do that because I was like, okay, so this person complained about that. I was starting to listen to people's complaints, and it was always the same people. So I was thinking about it this weekend, like one of the few hours that I was awake, and I was like, oh, wait. So, wow, I didn't speak my piece and I didn't speak my mind because I was worried it would come across as angry. Why would I care? I had something to say. Why didn't I just fucking say it? And that's been my thing lately. I feel like there's things that I want to say to people, and I don't say it because now I have like this weird fear that if I say it, they're just gonna like, I don't know, turn on me or disappear or whatever. And that's not me. That's never been me. That's always been some bitch ass, like cowardly person. That was never me. And I don't think that can be me. I don't think I can do that because that's why I don't feel right because I'm not just saying what I want. Like, I'm hiding in plain view and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So I'm going to stop doing it, which means I need to live stream a whole lot more, which means I need to find people to come onto my live stream so I can bullshit with them. And I need to find streams to get on. So this is going to be fun. Damn it. My daughter gave me my coffee. She reversed the top so I couldn't drink. Ow! I just smacked my tooth with my big ass metal mug. Never edit myself. I'm going to take that advice, Jen, because I curse a lot. And I know that bothers some people because I'm a girl. And they're like, oh, you curse too much. Fuck you. Stay true to yourself, period. People love you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. I forget sometimes. It's easy to forget that kind of stuff that people actually, want to hang. I probably shouldn't have forgotten it because most of you have been here for the full 5 fucking hours. So that's dedication. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up because I think we talked a lot. At least the first half of it is all about the depression and everything else. We talked about it quite a bit about self improvement. And this is gonna go in the mental health playlist because I really do think that there's a lot of people who don't understand that depression isn't something that you can just smile and it goes away. It's not something you can see on people. It's something that exists deep inside the heart and soul and psyche. Like you could feel like nothing's ever, ever, ever going to work out for you. And that the reason, that you had a bad childhood is because you were unlovable or whatever. Like these are things that you could think about yourself and still have a smile on and still be like, ha ha ha, making everybody laugh. Will I be around? Will you be around later, expert, and then Valhalla's birthday? Absolutely, I will. It's Monday night, so we do expert at 8 or 9 tonight. I want to say 9, and then Valhalla at 9:30. I will definitely be at Valhalla's and more than likely at experts as well because I live online, and this is my version of going out. So it is what it is. But yeah, I'll probably watch a couple more of his videos and share them on Twitter because I like to do that throughout the day sometimes. I've been doing that with his, trying to get him subs, trying to get people interested. No need to worry anymore. I'm back, said Outpost Nerd. Ah, that's nice because we're leaving. It's been 5 hours and 23 minutes. So I think I can wrap it up. I was planning on doing only an hour. I really need to do the streaming 3-4 times a week thing again. I don't want to do the daily thing because I don't like um the whole, oh, you have to be there at a certain time. No, when I wake up, I wake up. That's it. When I feel like streaming, I stream. I don't want to do it to where it's a job. I want to do it to where it's still fun. And I have something to say or somebody's willing to join me or whatever. Outpost Nerd said, I just posted my first recorded video. That is awesome, nerd. You have a wrench. Throw your link up for it so that everybody can visit it. And we could share it out or whatever. And if you're not subbed to Outpost Nerd, what are you even doing? He's like the movie maven. Thank you, everyone, for your support of T3. Have a wonderful day all. Aw, Suzanne, you're so sweet. Outpost, put your link up. I won't go until you share the link to the video. There you go. So if you can, please check out that link from Outpost Nerd. Big Deadpool 3 news. That's awesome. I can't wait to see it. So when I get off of here, I will go over there and I will check it out. You know, check it out. I will check it out. Right now, my legs are killing me. If I could scream, I would. All right, guys. So I am going to get out of here. Please take a look at Outpost's video that he posted. Suzanne, thank you for everything. Everybody, thank you for coming by, for hanging out, for listening to me go on and on. And please hit that like and subscribe if you don't already. Do all the YouTubey things. And I will see you in the funny papers. I'll see if I could do this again tomorrow or Wednesday. Hopefully tomorrow. For less time, though. So maybe I can make it a daily thing. I don't know. I have to see. But I love you guys. I love that you were here. Thank you for listening to me. Thanks for always being around. And I will see you later. Anybody out there who's having any dark thoughts or any kind of, down thoughts, if you need the help is out there. Please reach out to any one of us. Reach out to me. Reach out to anybody you know and just talk to somebody. Never give up. Never ever pick the permanent solution to a temporary problem. I've had a hard time with that in my past as well, and I've really started to adopt that phrase because it makes a lot of sense. If you can get through 10 seconds, go another 10 and another 10. That's all. Just keep going. You just got to get through life 10 seconds at a time, 5 seconds at a time, 2 seconds at a time. But you can do it. Have a good one, Mr. Malloy. I will never give up on Grandma's house no matter what. You're so funny. Again, if you need help, please reach out. We'll be more than happy to help or find you, better help. We're not professionals by any stretch of the imagination. But we're more than happy to, get you a number or get you, hooked up with somebody. I'm going to keep going. Well, you go ahead. You go do live streaming. Go ahead. You go. Love to everybody, and I will see you around. Bye-bye.